Crossing to 1986, I take care of 5 beautiful sisters-in-law. I soul-transmigrated to 1986. An accident took the lives of my 5 older brothers, leaving behind 5 beautiful sisters-in-law and 8 young children. The responsibility of taking care of this entire family fell squarely on my shoulders at the age of 22. Local bullies began to harass our family, labeling us as outsiders. To avoid taking responsibility, they fabricated the details of my brother's accident and tried to force us into a compromise. Facing such underhanded tactics, I certainly wouldn't back down. Bully, what? They are not outsiders. How could they have such a strong backing? Sisters-in-law, you're the only man in the family now. From now on, it's all up to you. Chapter 0001, What the hell is this? Damn it, where the hell am I? Am I still in the country? In a quaint, aged brick house, a young man in his 20s sat up groggily in bed, rubbing his eyes with a confused expression. Before he could get a good look at his surroundings, a wave of dizziness hit him, and his vision darkened, almost causing him to fall back onto the bed. Xiao Wu, are you all right? A soft, gentle woman's voice came from nearby. The woman hurriedly rushed forward, supporting the young man who was about to collapse, preventing his head from hitting the wall behind him. With a sharp headache, a foreign set of memories began flooding into his mind. The young man screamed in agony. Not good, my mind is starting to come alive. He sighed inwardly. The headache passed quickly, but when he calmed down, he found himself even more confused. What is this? Had he stolen someone else's body and transmigrated? It was 1986. The original owner of this body was also named Wang Wu, 22 years old. And the woman in front of him, whose face was pale and eyes full of tears, was his sister-in-law, Yang Caixia, 26 years old. 5th sister-in-law. Wang Wu murmured. That's right, this was their 5th sister-in-law. The original Wang Wu had 5 sisters-in-law, all living in a big courtyard. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Please don't scare me like this. If something happens to you, how are we supposed to live? 5th sister-in-law Yang Caixia said, wiping her tears. From the original Wang Wu's memories, Wang Wu learned about the situation of this family. It was nothing short of tragic. Wang Wu felt like crying with 5th sister-in-law at this moment. Just a week ago, a mining accident took the lives of her husband and the other 4 men in the family. The original Wang Wu had also worked at this mine, but by chance, he had sprained his ankle the day before the accident and had taken a leave of absence. He never expected that taking leave would save his life. Otherwise, the men in this family would have been wiped out in one fell swoop. This year marked the 6th year since they had come to work at the mine. 6 years ago, in 1980, their hometown was struck by a disaster, and people from 10 or more villages fled to avoid starvation. The 5 small families, along with the 16-year-old Wang Wu, supported each other and left for a new life in another place. Their luck wasn't too bad, and after half a year of hardship, they finally settled at their Mangshan mine. At that time, the mine was just starting, and there was a shortage of workers. All 6 brothers got jobs there. In an era where most people survived by farming, and even food was scarce, earning 45 yuan a month from working in the mine was quite a good income. This year, with their seniority, their wages had increased to 56 yuan a month. The income was decent, even higher than that of urban workers. The family had 6 men working and earning wages. The brick house where they now lived was built during the past 6 years. Even at the mine, their family could be considered to have relatively good living conditions. But this sudden accident took the lives of the 5 men in the family, and in an instant, this once vibrant family was plunged into grief, with the future now clouded by a thick shadow. The future seemed uncertain, the path ahead long and difficult to walk. What could be done now? With the 5 brothers gone, the 5 sisters-in-law were left without anyone to care for them. What made things worse was that these 5 sisters-in-law all had children. The eldest sister-in-law was 32 years old this year, with a 12-year-old son and an 8-year-old daughter. The youngest sister-in-law, Yang Caixia, had an 8-year-old son. So, all in all, there were 8 children from these 5 families. The eldest, second, and third sisters-in-law had 2 children each, while the 4th and 5th had 1. Now, the responsibility of looking after these 8 children and caring for the 5 sisters-in-law fell entirely on the 22-year-old Wang Wu. This was why fifth sister-in-law Yang Saixia was so worried when she saw Wan Wu, who seemed on the verge of collapse. This young man, still full of youth, was now their only hope. Xiao Wu, you have to stay strong. You're the only pillar of this family now. If anything happens to you, what will become of us? Fifth sister-in-law sobbed. Wan Wu realized that he had no choice but to pick himself up right away. If he didn't, the family wouldn't even survive this first hurdle. He wiped the tears from fifth sister-in-law's face and forced a tired smile. Fifth sister-in-law, I'm fine. Don't cry. Take care of yourself. Fifth sister-in-law's tears only flowed harder. She was deeply moved. Since the family tragedy, it was the first time Wan Wu had spoken so positively. Before, he had seemed more miserable than any of them. He looked like he was about to follow his brothers in death. Xiao Wu, you have to stay strong. You're the only man left in the family. We are all depending on you now. Fifth sister-in-law said, heartbroken. Yes, fifth sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll get back on my feet. I'll be the strongest pillar behind you all. I'll make sure we have a warm nest to build our future. We'll make our lives better. Seeing Wan Wu's positive attitude, fifth sister-in-law felt more at ease, and hope started to fill her eyes. At that moment, Wan Wu realized he was feeling thirsty. His head no longer ached, but his stomach was empty. Fifth sister-in-law, I'm a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat at home? Wan Wu asked. Yes, I'll go make something for you right away. Fifth sister-in-law Yang Saixia's face lit up with joy. Before, Xiao Wu had been so heartbroken that he had lost his appetite. The only thing he would drink was alcohol, and he often spent the whole day lost in thought, unable to eat. No matter how the sisters-in-law tried to persuade him, he wouldn't eat. It was a great source of worry for them. People are made of iron, food is steel. If you don't eat, your heart will be troubled. After several days of refusing to eat, Wan Wu had collapsed in bed and slept for a whole day and night. Now, hearing that he wanted food, fifth sister-in-law was so happy. She bounced towards the kitchen. Saixia, what's going on? You look so happy. A woman's voice came from outside. Xiao Wu woke up. He said he's hungry and wants to eat what I make for him. Really? That's great. The woman, hearing this, was equally pleased. Fourth sister-in-law, you're back. By now, Wan Wu had gotten out of bed, put on his shoes, and walked out. Seeing the exhausted, disheveled Wan Wu, fourth sister-in-law Shu Tsaitsue couldn't hold back her tears and rushed to hug him. You finally woke up. We've all been so worried these past few days. The small, delicate fourth sister-in-law buried her face in Wan Wu's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Wan Wu gently rubbed her back, comforting her. Fourth sister-in-law, don't worry. I've made up my mind. Life has to go on. The children are still young, and I'm the only man left in the family. If I collapse, what will you all do? I have to stay strong for you. Yes, you must stay strong. As long as we stick together, there's no obstacle we can't overcome. Chapter 0002, This family is something else. After five sister-in-law finished cooking the noodles, Wan Wu sat in the living room to eat. The five sisters-in-law had all returned and were sitting around him. The children were playing outside in the yard. Seeing Wan Wu eating so heartily, the five sisters-in-law couldn't help but feel a deep sense of affection. Their hearts were filled with joy. The eldest sister-in-law's husband was Wan Wu's distant cousin, from his maternal side. The second sister-in-law's husband was a cousin of the eldest sister-in-law's husband, from the same clan. The third, fourth, and fifth sisters-in-law's husbands were sworn brothers. The fourth sister-in-law's husband was Wan Wu's relative as well. Wan Wu's great-grandfather and the fourth sister-in-law's great-grandfather were from the same family line. All these families were connected by blood or marriage. While their ties may seem distant, nothing like the close-knit bonds of a tight family back in the day, they had all fled hardship together, crossing several villages. In such a foreign land, where fellow villagers were rare, even distant relatives were incredibly precious. They had all settled down together in the same courtyard, and over the years, their bond had grown stronger than that of mere family. Though blood brothers may sometimes fight, these families had been together for 6 years without so much as a quarrel. The eldest sister-in-law, Hu Shujuan, was 32 years old, exactly 10 years older than Wan Wu. When Wang Wu arrived at the mine, he was only 16, and she had seen him grow up. Xiao Wu, we went to the mine again today, Hu Shujuan said, her tone full of helplessness. Before, when the men were still around, they had treated Wang Wu like a child, never discussing anything with him. Now, as the only man left in the family, all matters had to be brought to him. Wang Wu looked up at his sisters-in-law. Seeing their worried expressions and grim faces, he could tell their visit to their mine had not gone well. Are they still unwilling to compromise and insist that the accident was due to their miner's improper operation? Wang Wu asked, his voice calm. The sisters-in-law wiped their tears again. Yes, Xiao Wu, we are no match for the mine's power. I think we should just sign the papers and accept it. After all, we're outsiders, the second sister-in-law, Zhao Xiaolan, said with a sad sigh. Her tone carried both unwillingness and helplessness. The others remained silent, their tears falling quietly. Their mind wanted to classify the disaster as caused by improper operation, which would relieve them of much of the responsibility. But for the families of the victims, this classification meant a lower compensation and less favorable posthumous treatment. It wasn't about the money, it was the disgrace. By classifying the incident as improper operation, it was like saying that the men deserved to die. Their lives were exchanged for nothing, and their mind shifted all the blame onto them, leaving only a label of irresponsibility. The compensation would be given out of humanitarian concerns, almost as charity. Who could accept such an injustice? But what could they do? They were outsiders with no local ties. Their men were all gone, leaving only the youngest brother, Wang Wu. In the 1980s, a family like theirs was at the mercy of others, an easy target for exploitation. The more the sisters-in-law thought about it, the more they felt wronged, but for the sake of their children and their future in this town, they had to swallow their bitterness. After all, without a home to go to, how would they survive? This is something you don't need to worry about, I'll handle it, Wang Wu said, looking at his sisters-in-law. They looked at him in confusion. What are you going to do? The third sister-in-law, Liu Chunhong, seemed to realize something. Xiao Wu, don't do anything reckless. Now that your brothers are gone, you are the only man left. You're the pillar of this family. We're all counting on you, don't make any more mistakes, she said hurriedly. Liu Chunhong was frightened, seeing that Wang Wu spoke so calmly. Sometimes, when people are filled with grief, they can become emotionless, capable of doing anything in their despair. She was afraid he might do something foolish. The fourth sister-in-law, Xu Xiaocui, also felt nervous. Her husband had always treated Wang Wu like his own brother, and she, too, had grown fond of him. But now, seeing him speak so calmly, she couldn't help but worry. Xiao Wu, Chunhong is right. You need to listen to us, don't act impulsively. You see all the children in the yard, they are still so young. They've already lost their fathers, they can't afford to lose their uncle too, she said, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, Xiao Wu, you must listen, the fifth sister-in-law, Yang Caixia, also said, her voice filled with concern. Seeing the nervous expressions on the sisters-in-law's faces, Wang Wu knew they had misunderstood. He smiled faintly. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. I'll go back to the mine to talk to them. If nothing can be done, then I'll let it go. Life still has to go on, he said, reassuring them. His words were meant to calm them down, though he had other plans in mind. The sisters-in-law found it hard to believe that such mature and composed words were coming from Wang Wu. But then again, they had witnessed how much he had changed after the tragic events that had befallen their family. It wasn't so strange that he had grown up overnight. Hu Shujuan, the eldest sister-in-law, still couldn't fully relax and reminded him again. Xiao Wu, even though your brothers weren't your real brothers, they always treated you like one. Now that they are gone, you can't just act recklessly. You're the only one left to support us. If you leave us, what will happen to us? Don't worry, eldest sister, I'm not a child anymore. I know what I'm doing, Wang Wu said, smiling. Maybe when you go to the mine, we should go with you, the second sister-in-law, Zhao Xiaolan, suggested. No need. It would be better if I just go alone. I'll take a walk around the area, casually checking things out, Wang Wu replied nonchalantly. All right, but remember what we've said, the second sister-in-law urged. Yes, don't worry, Wang Wu reassured them. The sisters-in-law were just being cautious, they were worried that something might go wrong again. After they finished eating, Wenwu didn't he need to clean up. He quickly wiped his mouth and left. To avoid his sisters-in-law following him secretly, he took a detour through the local market near the mine. The Mangshan mine had been open for 6 years, and it was at its peak now. After a few years, when the mine started to decline, the area would begin to fall into ruin. As someone who had crossed over from another world, Wenwu knew exactly how things would unfold in the future. After strolling through the market, he walked toward the mine area. When the people in the mine saw him, they were surprised. They hadn't seen him since the tragic event at his home. "Xiao Wu, you're back to work already? Shouldn't you take more rest?" someone greeted him. Wenwu forced a smile. "I'm not working yet, just out for a walk." They saw he seemed to be in better spirits, though his face still looked a bit pale. He had been lying in bed for days, after all. Yes, no one in the family is doing well after all that happened. But what can we do? Life still has to go on, we can't dwell on it too much, someone said, patting him on the shoulder. Wenwu nodded and thanked them. After they left, he overheard some of the miners talking among themselves. "Look at this family, 5 men gone, leaving behind 5 women and 7 or 8 kids. How can Wenwu, such a young guy, hold up the family? Who says otherwise?" Their mind just shifted the blame, saying it was improper operation. The compensation and benefits are much lower. They are obviously bullying these outsiders. "Keep your voice down, someone might overhear. We can't do much about it." Sighing, one of them added, "I heard Wenwu was supposed to get married to Liu Qiao's daughter. But with everything that happened, I don't think the marriage will happen now. Yeah, who would want to marry into a family like this? Life sure has a way of picking on the unlucky ones." Chapter 0003, Still working in the mine after crossing over. In his previous life, Wenwu didn't achieve much, but he didn't have a terrible life either. When he was young, he got caught up in the working migration wave, and his coming-of-age ceremony was just a train ticket to Guangdong. It was around the late 1980s. Like most people, he lived frugally for a few years, saved up some money, and then went back home to get married. After having children, he left them with his parents and went back to work. Having kids didn't stop them from working. His second and third children were born in different places, and they were all sent back home once they were weaned, while the couple went back to working again. As time passed, the kids grew up, and they saved some more money. But working away from home forever wasn't a great choice, especially since his children seemed to lack any affection toward him. Their grades were terrible, they were constantly fighting, and it seemed like they were headed for a life in a correctional facility. Making money wasn't the problem. The real issue was that he didn't want his children to grow up badly. Moreover, his parents were getting older, and their health was deteriorating year by year. After careful thought, the couple decided to return home. Coincidentally, their hometown began developing tourism, so they used the money they had saved over the years to open a bed and breakfast in the tourist area. Although they couldn't get rich, they were able to live decently. They were now in their 50s, heading towards 60, and life seemed to be winding down. They were just waiting for death, with half their bodies already buried in the earth. Unexpectedly, in his old age, Wenwu became obsessed with online novels. His favorite was time travel fiction. He often thought how wonderful it would be to go back to the past. With all the experience he had gained in his current life, he was sure he could achieve much more the second time around. After 3 sleepless nights reading novels, Wenwu woke up to find that his wish had come true. He had really crossed over. He found himself back in 1986. However, unlike most time travel stories, he didn't seem to have any magical golden finger. He felt a bit disappointed at first, but soon realized that simply being able to travel through time was the golden finger itself. Moreover, there was a skill he hadn't had the chance to use in his previous life, and now he had the opportunity. He couldn't miss it this time. What made him even more excited was the situation he found himself in. Others might have looked at the family's circumstances and thought of it as an insurmountable problem, but to Wenwu, it was a blessing. His 5 sisters-in-law, despite being older than the original Wenwu, lived in relatively comfortable conditions in the mining area. They weren't doing agricultural work, and they were all fair-skinned and attractive. Wenwu's 5 older brothers, though, were all big, strong men, and he himself stood at nearly 1.8 meters tall, a height that was considered above average for 1986. Standing in a crowd, he felt like a crane among chickens. Thinking about the pitiful original Wenwu, who had fallen into despair and used alcohol to numb his pain when his brothers passed away. Wenwu felt utterly disgusted. How can someone of your age sleep so soundly and live without any ambition? He thought. Since you're so distressed, just step aside. I'll take on the burden of looking after the 5 sisters-in-law. I've got this. Wenwu grinned to himself, feeling satisfied. This is like winning the lottery. I wake up to find 5 unmarried sisters-in-law and 8 children. The oldest is already 12. What a bargain! Wenwu thought to himself with great delight. He had no intention of apologizing for taking over this situation. In fact, he found it to be a huge opportunity. As he walked around in the mining district, he headed to the mine manager's office. Manager Liu Liangcai, in his 40s, was in his office, chatting with Lin Jinfen, the matchmaker from the nearby Liuqiao village. At this time, most of the workers were on break, and Liu Liangcai didn't bother to close the door. Wenwu peeked in and saw Lin Jinfen under the desk, only her head visible. He cleared his throat loudly, causing both of them to jump. Lin Jinfen quickly crawled out from under the desk and wiped her mouth. Liu Liangcai hastily pulled up his pants and adjusted his belt. He was about to yell at the person at the door when he saw it was Wenwu. He quickly held back his anger, thinking that Wenwu's family had just suffered a huge loss, so he had to be careful. It's Xiao Wu. Come on in for some tea. Liu Liangcai greeted warmly. Lin Jinfen, who was familiar with Wenwu, looked nervous. She was the well-known matchmaker in the area, always running around finding suitable marriage matches for villagers. Wenwu had just recently been introduced to a marriage prospect by her. It was a girl from Liuqiao village, a teacher's daughter. However, given the recent family tragedy, Wenwu knew that the engagement was most likely off. He wasn't too upset about it. The girl was the original Wenwu's choice, not his. Lin Jinfen's nervousness was hard to ignore. Wenwu didn't pay it much mind, though. Old Liu, next time be careful. If something falls under your desk again, don't expect me to pick it up for you, she said quickly before finding an excuse to leave. After she left, Wenwu took a seat, and Liu Liangcai poured him a cup of tea. Liu Liangcai, somewhat cautiously, asked, "Did your sister-in-law come to speak with you?" My sister-in-law came. I'm not sure about that. I came here for my own business, Wenwu replied with a casual tone. Liu Liangcai gave him a skeptical look but saw that Wenwu didn't seem to be here to make trouble. With a forced smile, he said, "Well, whatever your reason for coming is, if it's not about your family's situation, let us talk about your business." Wenwu interrupted him before he could continue. "Manager, our family just had a huge tragedy. No matter what the mine has decided, you have to give us some time. We're grieving, and you can't just force us to sign and move on. Is that how the upper management handles these things? Or is this how the mine decided to handle it?" Seeing Wenwu's serious demeanor, Liu Liangcai hesitated. He quickly smiled and said, "That's not what I meant at all. Nobody's forcing you to do anything. Today, I just wanted to talk about it. Since you're not here for that, let us talk about something else. I need a month's leave. I have something I need to take care of," Wenwu said calmly. Liu Liangcai looked at him with some suspicion. "A month? What are you going to do? You're not planning to go to the capital to sue me, are you?" He joked. "I've never even left our county, let alone gone to the capital. Do you think I'm that important?" Wenwu replied with a light laugh. Liu Liangcai chuckled awkwardly, trying to cover up his discomfort. All right. The mine people say you're reliable, so I trust you. A month's leave is fine. Take your time, but when the break is over, come back and get back to work. We'll save your position for you." Wenwu's heart sank with a smirk. "Work? I've crossed over, and you want me to keep working in the mine? Are you asking for death?" He had much bigger things to do. Time to send this dog of a mine manager to enjoy his peanuts. Chapter 0004, There are plenty of choices and opportunities. Wenwu smiled faintly. He didn't even say that he wasn't going to come back to work, and just kept the mine manager hanging. If their family doesn't sign, the mining disaster will never be resolved. "Mine manager, my sisters-in-law are all women, so they can't make decisions. Something happened at home, so I'm in a bad mood. We have to wait until I come back to talk about the mine. If you want to do something while I'm away, you can't be afraid of those who wear shoes." After saying this, he stared at the mine manager with cold eyes. Wang Wu has always given the impression to the people in the mine that he is an honest and hardworking child. But at this moment, looking at his eyes, the mine manager was a little scared. It is said that you should not push an honest person into a corner. Even a desperate dog will jump over the wall, let alone a human. As the head of a mine, I naturally understand this principle better. Without much hesitation. Then he said with a smile, "Look at you, kid, how can we do that? All the aftermath procedures are guided by our superiors, so you can rest assured." Wang Wu nodded. "Thank you, mine manager, for approving my leave." After the mine manager approved the leave note, Wang Wu was in no mood to be polite with this bastard, so he just took it and left. When I went out, I ran into the director of the security department, Wang Jianxi. When he saw Wang Wu, he was stunned for a moment. He hadn't seen this kid for some time. Wang Wu ignored him and walked away. Wang Jianxi had no complaints. Such a big thing had just happened to the child's family, and it was good enough that he was able to get over it. "Mine manager, is Wang Wu here for his brother's matter?" Wang Jianxi walked in. "Old Wang, you're here just in time. Come and consult with me. Wang Wu just asked me to approve a month's leave. Do you think he's going to sue me?" Liu Liangcai handed Wang Jianxi a cigarette and asked anxiously. Wang Jianxi thought for a moment and shook his head. This kid is honest and simple-minded, so how could he do such a thing? The original owner's honest and decent image saved him a lot of suspicion. I also think it's unlikely, so I approved his leave. So why do you think he took this month off? Mine manager Liu Liangcai said in confusion. Didn't you ask him? He just said he had to go out to take care of his own business. Such a big thing had just happened in his family. I didn't want to ask too many questions. It would be bad not to approve the leave, so I approved it for him. Liu Liangcai's heart was pounding. Wang Jianxi didn't care much. He waved his hand and said, "It's not a big deal. If you're worried, send 2 people to follow him." This reminded Liu Liangcai. He slapped his thigh. Yes, send someone to follow him. If he dares to do anything, well, he has lost 5 brothers, so he doesn't care if he has 1 more. There was murderous intent in the mine manager's eyes. In this day and age, killing a person is as easy as killing a dog. Especially an outsider like Wang Wu who has no roots. Wang Wu didn't leave. Instead, he walked around and lay down at the back window of the office, listening to their conversation. Wang Wu heard every word of the conversation just now. I was slightly startled. Made up my mind. You can either not do it or just sign the name and accept your fate, then listen to the mining district and close the case as workers' improper operation and swallow your anger. If you are going to do something, do it thoroughly, quickly, accurately and ruthlessly. Don't drag your feet at all. Otherwise, their whole family would be in danger. He quickly thought of a plan in his mind and left the mining area. Liu Qiao, 2 kilometers away from the mining area. Wang Wu's fiancé, Liu Changshun's family, was very worried. Why is my daughter's life so miserable? What has she done to offend anyone? She just got engaged and something terrible happened to Wang Wu's family. If she gets married, it will ruin her life. Liu Changshun's daughter-in-law Xu Gailing said while wiping away tears. Liu Changshun felt upset when he saw her crying. He didn't know why women like to cry so much and could shed tears all day long. What's there to cry about? Just talk to the matchmaker and cancel the marriage. You make it sound so easy. Something just happened to Wang Wu's family. If we go over and cancel the engagement at this critical moment, they won't say anything about us. Xu Gailing said worriedly. Whoever wants to say what they want can say it. It's not their fault. They are just talking without any hesitation. If they really loved their daughter, they would care about their face. Liu Changshun took a deep puff of his pipe and said decisively. At this moment, my daughter is also sitting next to her, wiping her tears with her mother. Mom, they say that if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. We arranged the marriage when the other person was doing well, and we can't cancel the engagement just because the other person is in trouble. Otherwise, let's just live like this. With a pop sound. Xu Gailing slapped her daughter mercilessly. The slap on the girl's face hurt her heart. This is for her own good. Silly girl, you are so young and you don't know how hard life is. Go back to their house. You have no right to talk. Shu Guiling scolded harshly. The girl covered her beaten face and ran into their house crying. In that era, men were generally favored over women, but Liu Changshun was a village teacher with somewhat advanced ideas, and he always doted on his daughter. Although I felt sad when I saw my daughter-in-law beating my daughter, I did not stop her. The child's mother was right. The child had no idea what kind of life she would live if she married into Wang Wu's family. A newcomer, all 5 men in the family are gone, leaving behind 5 single mothers and 8 children, with only one brother-in-law left. If my daughter marries him, she will suffer. To put it bluntly, if something happens to Wang Wu at the mine again one day, his daughter will become a widow. Don't expect to marry a good person again. Let out a long sigh. Persuade her well. I will go there with the matchmaker tomorrow. You guys don't have to go. At Wang Wu's home, his 5 sisters-in-law are also worried at this moment. Xiao Wu, even if you didn't say it today, we would have wanted to discuss this with you. All 5 of your brothers are gone, and you're the only one we can count on now. We don't want you to work in the mine anymore, in case. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan did not say the following words, but everyone understood them in their hearts. But if you don't work in the mines, where will you go next? You won't be able to find such a good job again. Hu Xiujuan sighed dejectedly. Yes, your Liu Qiao's marriage proposal is based on your job in the mining area. If you quit your job there, I'm afraid this marriage will not be possible. Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan followed suit and said worriedly. Elaine Chao is 2 years younger than her sister-in-law and is 30 years old this year. My eldest sister-in-law, Hu Xiujuan, has a plumper figure. Zhao Xiaolan is tall and thin, but she is no smaller than Hu Xiujuan in the right places. She had already said this in a tactful way. Even if my brother-in-law doesn't quit his job at the mine, Liu Qiao will probably cancel the engagement now that such a big thing has happened at home. If you put yourself in their shoes, no one would send their daughter to such a family. Wang Wu didn't want to make his sisters-in-law worry too much, so he smiled calmly. Don't worry, now that I've made this decision, I have a plan. I'll go to town tomorrow. They not only have mining areas, but also a large canal called Mangshan River, which is a branch of the Yangtze River. The town was built next to the canal dock. The wharf town has a large passenger flow, with people from all over the country coming to stop by for a rest, and their spending power is pretty good. Especially the entertainment industry. All the people on the boat are grown men. They stay there for 10 days or half a month. When they get to the shore, who wouldn't he want to have some fun? In his previous life, Wang Wu had a special skill. Although that area also has specialties, these specialties are serious. That is, having a good voice. I was born poor in my previous life, so no matter how great my talents were, I had no chance to display them. In the years before he traveled through time, short videos were quite popular. He wanted to do a live broadcast, but his wife criticized him so much that she smashed his phone several times. He guessed that his wife was worried that he would start live streaming and offend the old lady. Plus, he's getting older, and there's a lot of trouble at home, which makes him lose interest. Reading online novels, those time-traveling monsters are all involved in plagiarism and the entertainment industry. He can do it, too. These days, he still has plenty of choices and opportunities. Chapter 0005 You all keep your heart in your stomach. Several sisters-in-law also dote on him. He is the youngest brother and the only man in the family, so just let him do whatever he wants. That's fine. Anyway, you haven't told the mine about your resignation. Go to the town first to see if you can find a way out. If you find another way out, you don't have to worry about it in the mine. Even if you don't make that much, your sisters-in-law will be happy. Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong doted on Wang Wu. Liu Chunhong is 28 years old this year. She has a standard oval face, delicate features and a pretty face. She is the tallest among the sisters-in-law and her skin is white and rosy. The other sisters-in-law also nodded. Okay, let's discuss this. I'll give you some money when you leave tomorrow. Fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaocui to Wang Wudao. No, I have money. What's yours is yours. This is given to you by your sisters-in-law. You are poor at home but rich on the road. You don't mind having too much money when you are out there. Just take it if it's given to you. Fifth sister-in-law Yang Caixia said to him. Wang Wu felt warm inside because his 5 sisters-in-law loved him so much. I couldn't help but curse the original owner again. You are useless and don't know how to appreciate the blessings you have. The original owner was so wronged. Not only was his body stolen, but he was also always scolded. The next day came in a flash. In the morning, the whole family gathered in the yard to eat, with more than 10 people including adults and children. It is May now. It is a bit cold in the morning and evening, and the temperature is quite high at noon, so you can wear light clothes. After Wang Wu's transformation yesterday, their whole family's mood also improved a lot. My sister-in-law's eldest son, Zhang Lei, is 12 years old this year. He is also the oldest among the children left by his brothers. Uncle, are you going to town? Zhang Lei asked Wang Wudao. Yes, is there anything I should bring you? Wang Wu smiled at him. In his previous life, Wang Wu's biggest regret was that he had to work away from home for many years. His children at home had little affection for him, and he felt guilty about it. But there is no way. That is the helplessness of their generation. Both parents and children are indebted. They have been wandering outside for half their lives and have not earned any money. Living a new life, Wang Wu's sense of responsibility doubled when facing the children left behind by his brothers. Their father is gone and now he is the only man in the family. Although there is no blood relationship, they all regard themselves as uncles, and they must take responsibility. Otherwise, the growth path of these children would be filled with countless twists and turns. Children from single-parent families and left-behind children have a hole in their hearts that is difficult to heal in a lifetime. Lazy, don't cause trouble for your uncle. He is going to town to find a job. The eldest sister-in-law glared at her eldest son and said seriously. I know. I want to go out with my uncle to find a job and earn money for my younger brothers and sisters. Zhang Lei said in a low voice. Wang Wu and several of his sisters-in-law were stunned. I didn't expect the child to say that. He was only 12 years old and he had such an idea. It seems that this accident at home has caused a big change in the mentality of these children. Fifth sister-in-law Yang Saixia felt a lump in her throat and tears welled up in her eyes. The more sensible a child is, the more we feel sorry for him. Wang Wu touched Zhang Lei's head. Lazy, I know you have grown up and want to help the family. I am very happy to hear you say this, but you are still too young. Your father and I have suffered from lack of education. You should study hard, help your mother and aunt with more housework at home, and take care of your brothers and sisters, which is also to help share the difficulties of the family. Wang Wu persuaded patiently. Zhang Lei nodded sensibly and stuffed some rice into his mouth, trying to hold back the tears that were about to fall. The sister-in-law didn't cry when she heard her son's words, but when she heard Wang Wu's words, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and quickly turned her head away and wiped away her tears. Wang Wu's words made her feel inexplicably safe. My brother-in-law has matured and the way he speaks and acts is different. This made her feel as if she had found a place to shelter from the wind and rain while wandering in the wind and rain. Oh, I'm eating. A woman's voice came. A big wolf dog raised in the yard smelled a stranger and started barking, woof woof woof. In those days, people in rural areas kept dogs to guard the house. The person who came was none other than Liu Qiao's matchmaker Lin Jinfen. Liu Changshun followed behind him. When the sisters-in-law saw these two people, their hearts instantly rose to their throats. Wang Wu, on the other hand, behaved very calmly. He had expected this moment to come, it was only a matter of time. Needless to say, they came to break off the engagement. In fact, the sisters-in-law were mentally prepared, but they didn't expect them to be so anxious. They came just a few days after the incident at home. The sister-in-law pretended to be calm, quickly stood up and forced a smile. Aunt Lin and Uncle Liu are here. Have you eaten yet? Sit down and have something to eat together. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan said politely. The second sister-in-law, the third sister-in-law, the fourth sister-in-law, and the fifth sister-in-law also stood up and politely offered their seats. Wang Wu saw what Lin Jinfen did with the mine manager Liu Liangcai at the mining area yesterday, but she was quite relaxed about it. When he saw Wang Wu, he didn't dodge at all, as if what happened yesterday had never happened. He walked up and patted Wang Wu on the shoulder. Xiao Wu, you look energetic and in good spirits. That's what young people should be like. There are no obstacles that cannot be overcome. Wang Wu smiled faintly and did not reply. Then Lin Jinfen turned to Wang Wu's sisters-in-law and got down to business without beating around the bush. Sister-in-law, today we are going to talk about Miao Miao and Xiaowu. The faces of the sisters-in-law instantly became tense. Aunt Lin, what's wrong with this? Aren't the two children fine? Several sisters-in-law still have illusions. Uncle Liu, is there anything you're missing? That's easy to do. We'll get it done in the next 2 days. Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong said to Liu Chanshun. Liu Chanshun felt somewhat guilty. There is nothing wrong with this family. But the reality is that for the sake of his daughter, he is not afraid of gossip. Sighed. His sisters-in-law and their children are all doing well and they don't need anything. But Miao Miao is still a little young, so I'll have to raise her for another 2 years. Uncle Liu, Miao Miao is already 18 years old, not young anymore. The wives of 18 or 19 in our village all have children running around everywhere. Fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaotsui still wants to try harder. Fifth sister-in-law Yang Caixia also said, yes, Uncle Liu, when I was 18, our family already had Liangzi. She is talking about her son Li Liang, who is 8 years old this year. Wan Wu felt very uncomfortable when he heard his sisters-in-law fawning over his marriage. And I can understand Liu Chanshun very well. I don't want to make things difficult for everyone. She took the initiative to say, sister-in-law, don't say any more. Given the situation in our family, let's not delay a good girl like Miao Miao. Let's call off the marriage. Several sisters-in-law looked at Wan Wu with pity, and then looked at Liu Chanshun. Uncle Liu, can we discuss this further? Matchmaker Lin Jinfen was very quick-witted. When she heard Wang Wuxian relax, she quickly joined in the conversation. His sister-in-law, we should listen to the child's opinion. Look at how clear Xiaowu is in what he says and does. Such a good child will not have trouble finding a wife. Miao Miao doesn't want to get married so early, so let's wait a little longer. They are not confused people. Having said that, there is no room for redemption. The sisters-in-law also understood that the marriage was aborted when the matchmaker and Liu Chanshun came to this courtyard. Several sisters-in-law felt sorry for their brother-in-law, so they made a final effort. In this case, we can only accept reality. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan swallowed her tears. Nodded. Okay, let's respect the child's opinion. That's right. Xiao Wu looks so tall and strong, and he can make so much money. Why should we worry about him, right, his sister-in-law? The sisters-in-law nodded perfunctorily. Yes, let's put it this way. Okay, we won't delay your meal. We'll leave first. Brother Chanshun has also expressed his intention to send all the items for the engagement. The sisters-in-law did not see them off and sat at the dinner table again, all in low spirits. Wang Wu smiled. Sister-in-law, why should you be unhappy about this? Let's put ourselves in their shoes. If it were us, we would also cancel the marriage. Alas, Xiao Wu, I always feel sorry for you, but you didn't do anything wrong. The sister-in-law said while wiping her tears. Mom, stop crying. You'll go blind if you keep crying. The eldest son, Zhang Lei, wiped his mother's tears sensibly. A hemp rope will break at the thinnest part, and misfortune will come to the unfortunate. The more troubles there are at home, the more troubles we will encounter. Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan said sadly. Wang Wu smiled generously. Sister-in-law, I'm thinking about sad things again. It's nothing. Just put your heart at ease and eat your meal. Chapter 0006, Many Stories in a Small Town. After dinner, help clean up. After sitting and chatting with his sisters-in-law for a while, Wan Wu prepared to go to town. The town was not far away, and my family had a rickshaw, so it only took half an hour to ride there. Sister-in-law, I may stay in town for a few days, so keep the doors and windows closed during these days. Wan Wu said to his sisters-in-law. Where they live, their neighbors are all workers in the mining area. I'm not worried that they will do anything bad because I know them all. What I am afraid of is outsiders. Everyone knows that the workers in the mining area have rich families, so those petty thieves all run here. Especially in a family like Wang Wu's, there are no men in the family, only women raising children. If the criminals knew about this, they would naturally become the focus of attention. It's no big deal if something is lost at home. I'm afraid my sisters-in-law will also be affected. Well, we know that when you're away for a few days, we'll all live in the same room. The children will also stay together and go to bed before it gets dark. Don't worry. Sister-in-law Hu Shujuan said to him. How important it is to have a man at home. This is also why several sisters-in-law were so worried that he would fall down again. With him around, this family can still get by. Without him, the women, don't know what they will face in the future. Being bullied by neighbors is a small matter, I am just afraid. Well. Fortunately, there is always a way out. She also left a man in their family. Wanwu also gave some instructions to the little men in the family. Lazy, Xiaojun, Liangzi, come here. Leizi is my eldest sister-in-law's son, Zhang Lei, who is 12 years old this year. Xiaojun is the son of my third sister-in-law, Mar Xiaojun, who is 9 years old this year. Liangzi is the son of my fifth sister-in-law, Li Liang, who is 8 years old this year. The three boys came forward obediently. Uncle. Wanwu touched their heads. Your uncle is not at home, so you should help your mother with work and take good care of your sisters. The three little men nodded repeatedly with firm eyes. Wanwu felt very relieved. Children are sensible and worry-free, which makes adults more motivated to work hard. I'm leaving. His sisters-in-law and children accompanied him to the door and only went back after they watched him disappear from their sight on his rickshaw. When we arrived in town, it was already past 11 a.m. and time for lunch. First find a ramen shop and have a bowl of noodles. After a short rest, I waited until around 1 o'clock and strolled to the town to find a pub. The pub is the entertainment venue with the largest customer flow in the town. The largest tavern in their town is called Manshan Tavern. The boss is a very famous strong woman in the local area, known as Third Sister in the world. Wanwu didn't know what his name was. I've only heard of his name, but never even seen him in person. He used to go to town with his brothers and occasionally go to the pub to join in the fun. There is a dance hall inside and a performing band. In his previous life, he was born with a good singing voice, but he could not find a platform to display his talent and could only work all his life. In this life, he wanted to make use of his unique advantages to achieve something. When we arrived at the Manshan Tavern, it was closed at this time and would not open until around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were a few young guys at the door, cleaning the windows and sweeping the place. Wanwu parked the rickshaw and walked up to hand cigarettes to several people. Brother, please ask, is the third sister here? Several guys looked him up and down. He was dressed appropriately and looked good, with a tall stature and a handsome face. The first impression was very good. Do you have anything to do with third sister? I heard that the third sister is looking for a singer, so I came over to give it a try. Wanwu was just guessing, he didn't know whether the third sister was recruiting singers, so he said this first. This is the job hunting experience he accumulated in his previous life. The guys didn't know the situation either. When I heard him say that this was the person my third sister was looking for, I didn't dare to neglect him. He hurriedly said, "Come with me, third sister is inside." Wanwu was delighted. "Thank you, brother. You're welcome." The young man led the way and led him in. At this time, at the entrance of the alley not far away, 2 lackeys arranged by the mine manager Liu Liangcai were following Wanwu. Seeing Wanwu enter the tavern, the two looked at each other. He knows the third sister. One of them couldn't help but shudder. If he knew the third sister, the mine manager would be in real trouble. The other shook his head. Who knows? How about we ask? Let's go over and ask. The 2 men came to the door of the pub and offered cigarettes to a few young men. Are you also the people that third sister is looking for? The guys thought that they were applying for the position of singer just like Wanwu. The 2 of them smiled and shook their heads. No, I want to ask you about someone. Ask about someone? Who? Does the man who just went in know third sister? One of them asked the guys. Probably. We don't know either. The young man replied casually. What do you want? Ask them. Nothing, just asking. Thank you. The 2 of them left with grumbling in their hearts. Come to the side. Fifth brother, if this one who knows third sister, we must go back and report to their mine manager. Yeah, that's what I thought. Wanwu followed the young man into the tavern. The pub wasn't open yet, and only a few small lights were on inside, making the light very dim. Walk through the ballroom in front and come to a long and narrow corridor backstage. The 2 walked to the end, turned a corner, and came to the door of a private room. The young man knocked on the door. A woman's voice came from the box. Who is it? Third sister, the singer you were looking for is here. The young man said respectfully. Wenwu was worried that his third sister would not want to see him. Let him in. The young man opened the door for Wenwu. Come in. Thank you. Enter the box. Sitting on the sofa was a woman in her 30s, dressed fashionably. In his left hand he holds a wine glass, and on the table there is a bottle of red wine. Next to her, there was another woman sitting. He is older, probably in his 40s. She also dresses fashionably, but she is not very good looking, with a big face and a fierce look, and a word, forbearance, tattooed on her arm. The two of them were also looking at Wenwu. Seeing that Wenwu was a tall and handsome young man, a smile appeared on his face. The singer I'm looking for. The woman in her 30s next to her asked with some confusion. Wenwu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this woman in her 30s was their third sister, not the one next to her. The third sister is very beautiful, with an oval face, slender eyebrows, double eyelids and fair skin. The makeup on her face was not as heavy as that of the woman next to her. Third sister, I heard you were looking for a singer, let me give it a try. Wenwu hurriedly smiled and said. The third sister looked at the woman next to her and smiled. Where are you from? I'm from Mangshan Mine. I've always loved singing. I can sing pop songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan, as well as rock songs from the mainland. After hearing Wenwu's introduction, the two of them showed joy on their faces. The third sister pointed to their microphone on the table. Come on, sing a song. Whatever you want to sing, I'll play the background music for you. Let me sing a cappella, and let the two sisters see how good my singing skills are. Wenwu said confidently. Pick up the microphone and push the switch up. The two of them were even happier, as there really was a talented person coming today. Then choose the song yourself. Well, let me sing Terasertings, a small town story, for you two sisters. The two of them smiled and looked at Wenwu expectantly. The small town has many stories, full of joy and happiness. If you come to the small town, you will gain a lot. Chapter 0007, Getting Hot-Blooded. This song has a gentle melody and is especially suitable for a cappella singing. Even more fortunately, the voice of this body is very magnetic. Coupled with Wenwu's excellent singing skills, he sang the song beautifully and melodiously, like the gurgling of a spring, which makes people feel happy and intoxicated in the song. Wenwu sang one of the selections, and the two of them were fascinated by the song. Sisters, please sing this first. Wenwu reminded the two of them. The two men then came to their senses and applauded Wenwu. Not bad, can you sing Cantonese songs? The third sister asked. Well, let's sing a passage from Leslie Chung's The Wind Continues to Blow. Bring it on. Wenwu started singing. I advised you to go home early, but you said you didn't want to go home, and just asked me to hold you. The sea breeze blew gently and cooled the wildfire. In his previous life, Wenwu worked in the Guangdong and Guangdong regions and mostly listened to Cantonese songs. His Cantonese pronunciation is very standard and his articulation is clear. After singing for a while, the two of them burst into applause again. The third sister looked at the woman in her 40s next to her. Sister Wu, how do you feel? Well, it's really well, young man, what's your name? How old are you? Sister Wu asked Wenwu Dao. Wenwu, 22 years old this year. Sister Wu looked at Wenwu and liked him more and more. Nodded. Okay, third sister, this is what they call the old must go before the new can come. Look at the one who just made you worried. He can't even reach half of Wenwu's level. The third sister nodded happily. Yeah, Sister Wu is right. You just advised me that things will work out when the time comes. I was still wondering, but now it seems that what you said is absolutely correct. The words of the older generation can't be nonsense. It just so happens that Wenwu is here to save the situation today, so let's arrange for him to come. Wenwu, what conditions do you want? The third sister asked Wenwu Dao generously. Wenwu was unsure because he had never done this in his previous life. He just thought that he could earn 56 yuan a month at the mine, which was less than 2 yuan a day after calculation. Today, seeing that my third sister was so satisfied with him, I decided to ask for the big bucks and take a chance. Third sister, since I came here, I just want to make more money. Please understand. Well, tell me the conditions. It's at least 5 yuan a day, and I want it paid in cash. After Wenwu finished speaking, he felt a little guilty and looked at his third sister anxiously. Unexpectedly, the third sister and Sister Wu beside her burst into laughter. You are really a young man who just got out of school. 5 yuan is not enough for you to spend. I will give you 20 yuan a day, pay you in cash. The third sister said generously. A singer just left their bar today. That singer's singing skills are not even half as good as Wenwu's, and he charges 15 yuan a day. The third sister is loyal, so she won't cheat Wenwu even if he doesn't understand. Give 20 yuan generously. Wenwu was flattered. Third sister, although I want to make money, I am not greedy. 20 yuan is too much. Give me 10 yuan. Har 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 har, this young man, I really like him more and more. When you come to my place, just listen to my arrangements. $20 is just the beginning. If the cooperation is pleasant, I will give you a raise. The third sister laughed heartily. Wenwu was no longer polite. Thank you, third sister. You're welcome. Come on, sit next to your sister and have a few drinks with her. He waved to Wenwu to come over. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Wenwu naturally understands the rules of this industry. Especially these days, being a top figure in a local area is certainly not an easy task. Wenwu walked over obediently. Sister Wu pulled his arm fondly, asked him to sit between them, and poured him a glass of wine. Can you drink? Don't delay singing in the afternoon. I'll drink less, so I won't be late. Sisters, let me ask, what time do I sing every day? Wenwu asked about the working hours. Usually at 10 o'clock, when customers order songs, you keep the money. Your salary is your salary. The third sister was indeed a person of the world, very generous, and she put her arms around Wenwu's neck. The fragrance of the body drifted into Wenwu's nostrils, making him feel relaxed and happy. Wenwu is tall and in a commanding position, and the view ahead is also good. I didn't expect that there would be money for customers to order songs. The basic salary of 20 yuan a day is not a small amount. Thank you, third sister. I will do my best. Well, I'm optimistic about you too. Do you have a place to stay? The third sister raised her eyebrows and asked Wenwu meaningfully. This is. Wenwu came here to make money and had just met the third sister, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. There's a place to stay. Har har har, look how scared you are. How can I eat you? There are dormitories in the tavern. If you have no place to stay, I will arrange a dormitory for you. Wenwu smiled awkwardly. I didn't think much about it. There really is a place to live. That's great. Come over at 3 p.m. and you can communicate with the band yourself then. Aha! After drinking 2 cups, Wenwu found an excuse to leave. I went out to find a hotel nearby and asked, and it was only 50 cents a day, and it would be even cheaper if I paid by the month. The environment is naturally a bit worse, with a bed, a table, and a public toilet in the yard. Wenwu didn't have any particular requirements, he just wanted to find a place to live. I was thinking of singing in the pub at night, going back to their mine during the day, and coming back in the afternoon. I paid for one night immediately. It's just past 1 o'clock now, so I went out for a walk. Now that I have a job, I feel more at ease. However, working in a pub is only a temporary solution, not a long-term solution. He naturally understood what the environment of a pub was like, especially in this era. Once you get familiar with the third sister, you can ask her if you can get in touch with a record company through her. As a time-traveling monster, his biggest advantage is that he has a large number of song resources. This was in 1986, Jay Cho was only 7 years old, Pu Shu was only 13 years old, and Li Jian was only 12 years old. Daolang only became popular in 2004. He. These are his cash cows. He doesn't want to be famous, he just wants to be a behind-the-scenes music creator and earn money from selling songs. After all, there are 5 sisters-in-law to take care of at home. If I become famous and have no privacy, how can my 5 sisters-in-law live a peaceful life? While strolling on the street, if you come across a newsstand, you can buy a newspaper and read it. It can also be a good way to kill time. I went to a newsstand and browsed for a while, then bought a copy of People's Literature and took it home. People's Literature is a literary magazine that publishes many novels. Wenwu read for a while and wasn't very interested. It wasn't as exciting as the online novels he read in his previous life. Oh, yes, online novels. Wan Wu slapped his head. You can be a plagiarist. There are so many online novels that were popular in the past, but they are not available in this era. I still remember Huang Xiaoming's A Step into the Qin Dynasty, which was the originator of time travel novels. That was in the 1990s. At the time, both the novel and the TV series adapted from it caused a huge sensation. TSK 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 TSK. This was in 1986. If he started writing now, it would surely cause a greater response. With this thought in mind, I hurriedly looked through the submission information of People's Literature, and soon saw it at the end of the last page. The payment for manuscripts is quite good, ranging from 10 to 50 yuan per 1,000 words, depending on the quality of the manuscript. Good, that's really great. Those online novels are often several million words long, and he can write them till the end of time. It just so happened that in the few years before I traveled through time, I was reading online novels. Just do it, find a book that was popular in your past life and retell it. There are so many choices. After much thought, I decided to write Slaying the God. Boy, you better watch this knife, it will be very handsome. Gods are forbidden to travel within the borders of China. Get excited. Chapter 0008. They will definitely be very happy. Slaying the Gods is set in a modern city, which is easy to do. Just change the background to the 1980s. The substance remains the same, so just go ahead and arrange it. Wan Wu went out again and bought stationery, a pen and some ink. It looks quite old. I haven't used fountain pen and ink in many years. Wan Wu read this book 5 times and memoized every sentence. Just pick up your pen and start writing. Handwriting is slower than typing on a keyboard. I wrote about 500 words and looked up at the wall clock. Damn, it's 3 o'clock. Hurry and report to the tavern. Fortunately, I lived not far away, so I packed my pen and paper, locked the door, and trotted over. The third sister is communicating with the band. Seeing Wan Wu rushing over, a smile appeared on his face. Wave to Wan Wu. Here I come. Wan Wu smiled and said, I slept for a while and almost missed the hour. Did it delay anything? It's not a big deal. People won't start coming to the store until 4 o'clock. Let's get ready now. Aha! Then, the third sister introduced the members of the band to him. Liu Hao, the guitarist of our band, next to him is Wang Xiaolong, the drummer, and this is Yang Wuqiang, the bassist. The 3 members of the band were very fashionable, wearing the bell-bottom pants that were popular at that time and tight floral t-shirts with wide necklines that exposed half of their chests. Young people who follow fashion in this era love to dress like this. Wan Wu shook hands with them one by one. Wan Wu, please take care of me. I heard from my third sister that you sing very well. Guitarist Liu Hao laughed. It's okay. I like to hum some songs when I have nothing to do on weekdays. Wan Wu laughed. You guys keep chatting, I'll go to the back, come find me if you need anything. The third sister said to the few people. Yes, third sister, take care. There are no customers in the pub yet, and they are all making preparations. I just met the band members and we were sitting and chatting. Wan Wu asked, and found out that the 3 members of the band were older than him, so he politely called them brother. There's no harm in being a little sweet outside. As the old saying goes, all you have to rely on is your mouth. As a person who has lived 2 lives, Wan Wu knows a lot about the ways of the world. The 3 of them had a good chat with Wan Wu and gradually started talking more. Brother Liu, our boss's third sister, is a very nice person. Wan Wu tentatively asked about third sister. Liu Hao nodded in agreement. Yes, third sister is very loyal, and people in the underworld respect her very much. It can be seen that the third sister is still a strong woman. She built such a big pub by herself. Wan Wu asked indirectly. Yang Wuqiang, the bassist at the side, said, third sister has a strong background, and knows people in the provincial capital. No wonder. Wan Wu nodded. It was the first day we met, so I didn't ask many questions. We chatted about work for a while and discussed the songs we were going to sing tonight with the band. By around 4 p.m., guests of the pub began to arrive one after another. Most of them are merchants stocked at the port, coming in groups of 3 or 5. Some of them were hugging women, most of whom were locals. The band also started playing. Wenwu selected classic pop songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan from the 1980s. The pub's band is just there to create atmosphere. Some owners, when they get drunk, will order a song for their female companions. The money for song requests is paid separately, and is split equally between the band and the lead singer. As soon as Wenwu opened his mouth, the guests at the scene were stunned and looked towards the stage. Changed people. This lead singer has some skills and sings well. It's much better than the previous one. When the song was finished, there was warm applause from the audience. Good. One more. You sang well. The people in the audience praised. Wenwu bowed politely to express his gratitude. Thank you, everyone. The people in the band also looked at Wenwu with admiration. At this time, the third sister and Sister Wu were sitting in the corner of the hall. Seeing that the guests were so satisfied with Wenwu, they smiled. Third sister, Wenwu is a rare talent. You must keep him. Don't let him be poached by another venue like the last lead singer. Well, don't worry, I know what's going on. Sister Wu, can you help me find out where the place that's trying to steal my people is from? The third sister asked Sister Wu. He's not from our local area. He went to another place. Who in our local area has the courage to steal Sanmei's business? The third sister smiled faintly and did not respond. Look at Wenwu on the stage again. I don't know if he's married. Why? Is third sister fine attracted? Sister Wu asked teasingly. The third sister's face was slightly hot. Sister Wu, what are you talking about? I'm just curious. If you like me, then take me. In our area, there are still men that my third sister can't take. Sister Wu smiled. Don't talk nonsense, it's not true. The performance went smoothly that night and many people requested songs. Wenwu and the band split the money in half, with the 3 band members taking half and him taking the other half. Wenwu got about 120 yuan. Adding the basic salary of 20 yuan, I earned a total of 140 yuan tonight. This was 140 yuan in 1986. The salary of city workers is only more than 30 yuan a month, and it has to be a decent job. Some can only get more than 20 yuan. Pork in those days was only 1.2 yuan per pound. In just one night, Wenwu earned as much money as others earned in nearly half a year. The band made a lot of extra money today thanks to Wenwu. When the show was over, he kept thanking Wenwu. Brother, we all benefit from your help today. There's nothing much to say. I'll buy you a drink. People of this generation attach great importance to loyalty, especially those who hang out in the underworld. It would be unreasonable not to treat people to drinks if you make extra money by taking advantage of others. Wenwu smiled and waved his hand. He also wants to go back and write some novels. I'll invite a few brothers some other day. It's getting late. I need to go back early. I have to go back to my hometown tomorrow. After hearing what Wenwu said, they couldn't be polite anymore. Okay, let's do it another time. Don't tell me you treated us. We make money with you, so we should treat you. We'll talk about it when the time comes. When I returned to their hotel and washed up, it was already 10:30 in the evening. People of this generation go to bed early, at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. It's not like the era before when we traveled through time, when people got off work at 7 or 8 o'clock, and 10:30 was the time when they were most energetic. Many people have sleep problems and can't fall asleep after 12 o'clock. Wenwu didn't feel sleepy and was full of energy. Sit down at the table and continue writing your novel. When it comes to retelling, I remember the entire plot by heart, so writing isn't too difficult. I wrote until around 11 o'clock, when my eyelids felt a little dry, so I put down my pen. Including what I wrote in the afternoon, there are already more than 1,000 words. He yawned, stood up and stretched, packed up his pen and paper, and lay down on the bed to sleep. I got up late the next day. I woke up when the sun was already high. I looked at the clock on the wall. It was 10:20. Wenwu got up quickly and went out to ask the boss to renew the room for another day so that he could stay here that night. Then he went to the yard to wash, locked the doors and windows, and rode his rickshaw to the big market in town to bring some things for his sister-in-law and children at home. Children love to eat biscuits and fruit crisps as snacks. If there are many children in the family, you can weigh more, about a pound, and then both adults and children can eat them. For my sisters-in-law, just bring cloth. They live in the mine and have no land to farm, so they eat commercial grain. The mine provided rations a few years ago, but in the past 2 years they have been buying grain. We don't feed any animals at home. The sisters-in-law usually have nothing to do at home. Apart from doing housework, they make shoes and clothes for the children and men. Several of my brothers have had accidents, and my sisters-in-law were discussing making more shoes and selling them in town a few days ago. Now that Wang Wu can earn money, he doesn't have to work as hard as his sisters-in-law. In fact, hard work is no big deal. I'm just afraid of being bullied in town. There's a mix of all kinds of people in this town. He could support 5 sisters-in-law and 8 children by himself, and prevent his sisters-in-law from suffering any injustice. He didn't know much about cloth, so he asked the owner of the cloth shop to help him choose the color and fabric, and he bought more. He tied these things to the handle of the rickshaw and rode home. I was in a good mood on the way. Thinking about my sister-in-law and children at home, they must be very happy to see him buy so many things. Chapter 0009. Isn't that time coming yet? At home. The sun is shining brightly today. My sisters-in-law took out their quilts to dry in the yard, and the children are playing in the yard. After something happened at home, several children took leave and did not go to school. My sisters-in-law were talking about this morning, saying that now that things at home have been almost sorted out, they are preparing to send the children back to school tomorrow. Woof woof woof. The dog in the yard started barking, indicating that someone was outside. Several sisters-in-law looked towards the gate of the courtyard. His sister-in-law is busy. She is Lin Sufan, the daughter-in-law of mine manager Liu Liangcai. He was holding a box of dak liquor and a fan of pork, which looked to be about 5 or 6 pounds. It was tied with a straw rope with a hole through it and was being held in his hand. There was also a small bowl of eggs, which looked to be more than 10 in total. When the sisters-in-law saw that it was her, their faces darkened. "What's up?" Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan asked indifferently. His sister-in-law, "Look at what you are saying. We have been neighbors for so many years. Can't you come over and check on him if you have nothing to do?" Lin Sufan smiled. Several sisters-in-law snorted. "Don't be so close to this. If nothing was wrong, would you be so kind as to come over with your things and take a look? It has been so many days since the accident, and the mine manager only came when the people from above came. This is the first time Lin Sufan has come here. If you really wanted to, you would have done it earlier. But now her family and the mine have not reached the point of falling out. Please sit inside." "Oh, okay." Lin Sufan carried the things and followed Wang Wu and several sisters-in-law into the main room and put them aside. The sisters-in-law were also very particular people. Although they didn't know why Lin Sufan came here, they still followed basic etiquette and poured her a cup of tea. "What's the matter? Just tell me directly." Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan asked. "It's nothing, I just came to take a look." Lin Sufan is still pretending. "If you have nothing else to do, sit down and drink some tea while we work in the yard." As they spoke, several sisters-in-law were about to get up and leave. "Sister-in-law, please sit down. There is something going on." Lin Sufan hurriedly stopped him. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan glanced at her. "It's broad daylight, why should we talk in secret? Just tell me what you want to say." Lin Sufan smiled bitterly. It was her man who arranged for her to come here. Liu Liangcai sent 2 lackeys to follow Wang Wu to the town yesterday, only to find that Wang Wu had gone to the Mangshan Tavern, which was the tavern of the famous local gangster, Third Sister. Liu Liangcai was worried all night, fearing that Wang Wu was asking his third sister to take care of the affairs of his brothers in the mining area. "I went to the street early in the morning to buy these gifts, and asked my wife to bring them over to test the waters. Wang Wu is not at home, and only his sisters-in-law are left at home. In order to avoid suspicion, it is better for his wife to come over." Lin Sufan was a little embarrassed, but she still spoke up. "Sister-in-law, did you know that Xiao Wu went to town yesterday?" "Are you kidding me? How could we not know about our family's affairs?" Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong said coldly. Lin Sufan laughed along. "That's not what I meant. What I meant was, do you know what he was doing in town?" Several sisters-in-law looked at her suspiciously. "What do you want to ask?" "It's okay. I just heard some gossip. Someone from our mine saw your Xiao Wu in town yesterday. He went to look for the third sister. You should all know this. Lin Sufan smiled. When the sisters-in-law heard this, they were stunned and looked at each other. This third sister is a gang leader. Why did Xiao Wu from their family go to find her? Aren't you going to town to find a job? Fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaozui pretended to be calm and said, it's all gossip, who knows if it's true or not. Hey, his fourth sister-in-law, it seems that you don't know about this situation. The people in our mine also thought they were seeing things when they saw it. How could Xiao Wu, an honest man, go to find a gangster leader? We even went to ask around and found out that it was indeed your Xiao Wu. Lin Sufan looked as if she was concerned about them and glanced at them meaningfully. Several sisters-in-law looked unhappy. Is that why you came here? Fifth sister-in-law Yang Caixia looked at her and said. His fifth sister-in-law, this matter is not serious. You should have heard about the reputation of the third sister. She is over 30 and still unmarried. She has many men. You said that your Xiao Wu is so young and good-looking. He went to her. I think it's not right. As he spoke, he shook his head with a look of regret. What he meant was that it was probably your brother-in-law who slept with your third sister last night. Fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaozui was very angry. What do you mean by that? His fourth sister-in-law, don't be angry. I was being frank. I meant well. I thought you knew, but today I found out that you don't know as much as I do. Lin Sufan looked sincere on the surface, but she was actually laughing in her heart. Unlike her younger sisters who all had some anger on their faces, sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan had a very calm face. A faint smile. Okay, we appreciate your kindness, and we know what happened. Is there anything else? Sister-in-law, don't take this lightly. I think you should go to town and find your Xiao Wu. You, my sister-in-law has already said that we know about this matter. What we should do is our family's business. We still need you to teach us. Fifth sister-in-law Yang Caixia was not in the mood to listen to her anymore and spoke in an angry tone. Yes, who said it wasn't? Fine, let's put it this way. I brought the food to your family. It's my personal concern for our family. You can keep it and eat it. I'm going back now. Lin Sufan stood up with a wry smile. We don't want the things, you can take them back. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan said. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Your family has such a big thing, I'm here to bring some things to visit, isn't it my duty? Don't be polite. I'm not being polite. If you don't take it back now, I will send it back to you later. If the people in the mine see it, it will not look good. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan glanced at her and said. Lin Sufan felt a little embarrassed, but she couldn't say anything more. I could only laugh, hee hee. Okay, I'll take it back. He carried the things and left. When she got home, Liu Liangcai was waiting for her. Seeing her coming back with things, his brows furrowed. Things confiscated. Lin Sufan threw the things onto the table in the main room with some resentment. They always assign me thankless tasks. Put it down slowly, don't drop the wine, you can still return it. Liu Liangcai went over and put the things away steadily. What did they say? Did you find out what happened? Then he asked his wife. There's nothing to ask. The sisters-in-law don't even know that when we went to look for the third sister. Lin Sufan said unhappily. Liu Liangcai pinched his chin and thought for a while. So, Wan Wu did this without telling his family. That's not right. This kid used to listen to his family on all matters big and small. But now he has his own opinion. Look at what you said. Everyone has to grow up. Wan Wu is not young. He is a grown man in his 20s. So many things have happened in his family. His relatives have also been rejected. He should have realized it. Why can't he have his own opinion? After hearing what his wife said, Liu Liangcai nodded. That makes sense. But I can't figure it out. How did Wan Wu get in touch with my third sister? Did he go to my third sister because of his brother's affairs? If you can't figure it out, think about it slowly. Don't come to me again. If you go there today, you will be looked down upon by their family. Lin Sufan snorted softly, feeling very aggrieved. Liu Liangcai walked up to his wife and massaged her shoulders in a flattering manner. Go away. Lin Sufan swung her arms and said impatiently. Mother, don't be angry. This is all for our family. Such a big thing happened in the mine. If something goes wrong, our family will not be safe. This isn't just your problem. If something goes wrong, no one will be able to handle it. I don't believe that Lao who doesn't care about you. Why does he always let you rush to the front? When you took the money, you didn't see them take less. Lin Sufan muttered. Liu Liangcai's face suddenly became tense. Keep your voice down. You can't talk about this in broad daylight. Okay, don't worry about it from now on. I'll handle it. HMPH, who cares? If I can't control myself in the end, I'll drag them all down with me. Alright, don't worry, Lao who won't sit idly by and do nothing. It's not time yet. Chapter 0010. I also have this ability. Liu Liangcai and his wife were whispering to each other at home when suddenly, the dog in the yard started barking, woof woof woof. What the two had just said was quite sensitive. They were both startled and hurriedly looked towards the yard. Old Wang. It was Wang Jianxi, director of the security department, who came in a hurry. Mine manager, something happened. Wang Jianxi said anxiously. Liu Liangcai and his wife felt their hearts in their throats. I thought it had something to do with Wang Wu going to the town to find his third sister. What happened? Someone in the mine area stole detonators and was caught by the warehouse staff and sent to the security department. Wang Jianxi hurriedly explained. Lin Sufan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the mine accident that happened a few days ago. Liu Liangcai also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to complain about Wang Jianxi. It's not a big deal. Seeing you make such a scene, I thought the warehouse was robbed. Now the culprit has been caught. Just deal with it as you should. Nothing is lost. He handed Wang Jianxi a cigarette, and his expression relaxed. Wang Jianxi took the cigarette absent-mindedly. Mine manager, sister-in-law, the one who stole the detonator was Lei Zi. How could this happen? Don't the people in the warehouse know him? Liu Liangcai and his wife frowned again. This Lei Zi is none other than the family's only son, Liu Lei. Liu Liangcai and his wife had 5 children, but they couldn't raise the first 2. There are 3 left, the 2 older ones are girls, and Liu Lei is the youngest son, who is only 15 years old this year. The couple spoiled him since he was a child. In addition, because of Liu Liangcai's identity as the mine manager, no one dared to mess with him in the mine since he was a child, and he was used to doing whatever he wanted. But it also cultivated his bad character. That caused trouble for Liu Liangcai every other day. Because the little girl would fight with others, get jealous, go against her teacher, and steal things. There was nothing she would not do. His family has enough food and clothing. I don't know how this child developed the habit of stealing. If Liu Liangcai hadn't protected him, he would have been sent to juvenile detention center 800 times. Today he became more capable and got his father into a bigger mess by stealing detonators from the mine warehouse. The people in the warehouse did the same. Knowing that he was the mine manager's son, they turned a blind eye and let him go. Why was it sent to the security department? Mine manager, the old man who was in charge of the warehouse, just came the day before yesterday. He has never seen Lei Zi. The key point is that Lei Zi beat someone up. Wang Jianxi spread his hands and sighed deeply in helplessness. This bastard is really not a son of a mother. Liu Liangcai cursed angrily. His daughter-in-law Lin Sufan next to him rolled her eyes at him. I thought to myself, you bastard, are you finding new ways to scold me? But I'm not in the mood to be angry with him right now. He quickly asked Wang Jianxi, Director Wang, the people in the warehouse don't know him, but you must know him, right? You sent him home and we taught him a lesson, so why did you call us over? Lin Sufan's tone was full of blame. Wang Jianxi said bitterly, I wanted to, but the noise was too loud and it alarmed the people in the mine. I don't know who called the police, and the police station is on its way here. I don't know if they've arrived yet. I was at a loss, so I came to find the mine manager. It's obvious that someone in the mine is taking advantage of the situation. It's not easy to be the mine manager. Let's stop talking nonsense and go take a look. Yeah, don't wait until Lei Zi gets beaten. The 3 of them hurried out and headed for the mining area, where they happened to meet Wen Wu, who had just returned from the town. Wen Wu was in a good mood. He hummed a little tune and rode his rickshaw leisurely. Their mine manager saw him, and although he was in a hurry to get to the mining area, it would be impolite not to say hello when he saw him. Hey, Xiao Wu is back? What did you buy in town? Mine manager Liu Liangxai said with a smile. When Wan Wu saw that it was him, he didn't look happy with him. He said calmly, I bought it for my sisters-in-law and children. Xiao Wu has really grown up and knows how to take care of the family. Come home soon. After saying that, he hurried to the mining area. Wan Wu saw that the director of the security department, Wang Jianxi, was also there. The direction they came out was the entrance of the alley where Liu Liangxai lived. The two of them got together and were so anxious, fearing that something had happened in the mine. I couldn't help but pedal faster and wanted to go home to ask my sisters-in-law to find out what was going on. We soon arrived home and got out of the car and pushed it into the yard. Sister-in-law, I'm back! Shouted happily. Several sisters-in-law were sitting in the yard. Lin Sufan, the mine manager's wife, ran around the house early in the morning to do all this, and several people were really worried. My brother-in-law is young, and in the past, his brothers always took the lead in everything, so he never had to worry about anything. He doesn't understand the world outside. I was really worried that he would go astray when he got to town. Seeing him coming back, she quickly stood up and went to greet him. Wang Wu is showing off. Sister-in-law, my trip to town was not in vain. I earned more than $100 yesterday night. Look at these things. I bought them for you and the children with my own money. He pointed at the thing on the handle of the rickshaw and said happily. His sisters-in-law love him so much. If he buys them things with the money he earned today, they will definitely praise him for being sensible. But at this time, the sisters-in-law all had heavy expressions. Especially my eldest sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. When Wang Wu was 16 years old, he followed his brothers to escape famine to their mining area. When he was in his hometown, he lost his parents when he was young and lived with his cousin. But in those days, even in good years the family could barely make ends meet, and when the disaster struck, he couldn't bear to continue living there. In addition, at that time, everyone in the village went out to find a job, so Wan Wu followed his brother from the same clan, the husband of his fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaozui, and the families of his eldest and second sisters-in-law, and went out to find a job. They were all children when they came, and my eldest sister-in-law, Hu Xiujuan, watched him grow into a big man. I paid more attention to him. Xiao Wu, put your things down first, and come with me into the house. I have something to ask you. Hu Xiujuan said seriously. He entered the main room first. Wan Wu had no idea what Lin Sufan said when she came home. Without thinking too much, he agreed and followed him into the house. The second, third, fourth and fifth sisters-in-law untied the things on the handlebars and followed behind carrying them. When they saw that the cloths Wan Wu bought for them were all good quality, they would have been very happy in the past. But at this moment, thinking that this was bought with the money Wan Wu earned from sleeping with someone last night, he felt very uncomfortable. Especially since the person he provoked was the gang leader known to everyone in this area, the third sister. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Ask me. Wan Wu sat down in the main room and asked with a smile. The sister-in-law was very disappointed seeing him like this. Sighed. Xiao Wu, how could you do such a thing? Our family is counting on you in the future, but you can't do such a job, it's all. Alas. Hu Xiujuan was too embarrassed to say it out loud. I really don't know how my brother-in-law could have become like this in just a few days without his brothers to take care of him. Wan Wu felt something was wrong when he heard his sister-in-law's tone. Then he looked at his second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law, and fifth sister-in-law. The four of them also looked at him with regret. That look seemed to be saying, such a good child, how could it be ruined like this? Sisters-in-law, have you heard anything? Wan Wu asked in confusion. What do you think? We all know what you did in town. Zhao Xiaolan, the second sister-in-law, grumbled to him. Xiao Wu, how dare you say you made a lot last night? No matter how much you made, is that a skill? Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong also criticized. Looking at the fair-skinned brother-in-law who is so good-looking, the girl has never held his hand. Thinking that my third sister, that old woman, had gotten such a good deal, I felt so angry. Although they had never seen the third sister, they all knew that the woman was older than the eldest sister-in-law, Hu Xiujuan. Several sisters-in-law criticized Wan Wu, but the fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaozui softened her heart a little. Well, let the past be the past, Xiao Wu, just for this time, don't do such a thing next time, just come back, we won't go to town anymore. That won't work. I worked so hard to find this job, and I still have to earn money at night. Wenwu said reluctantly. Sisters-in-law, your ideas are too conservative. How can this not be a skill? It's a technical job. People are happy and I make money. What's the big deal? Wenwu misunderstood. He and his sisters-in-law are now completely on different wavelengths. He thought his sisters-in-law blamed him for singing in the town pub. Maybe someone from the mine saw him in town yesterday and came back to learn some words from his sisters-in-law. After all, in their eyes, the pub is not a serious place. What a scene it is when men and women hug each other. How could he know that his sister-in-law heard a different story from someone else? When the sisters-in-law heard him say this, they all looked at him in disbelief. The eldest sister-in-law was even more furious and wanted to enforce the family rules. Staring at Wenwu. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Chapter 0011 Let us go and seek justice. Sister-in-law, why are you so angry? It's not a big deal. It's just making money. It's not shameful. How could you say such a thing? You are a grown man, but you earn money by sleeping with an old woman. It's not shameful. We have no place to put our faces. Zhao Xiaolan, the second sister-in-law, pointed at his hand, her hands trembling a little. This really made me angry. Wenwu was confused. What the hell? Sleeping with an old woman. Who? Stop pretending to be stupid. Didn't you admit it just now? If you still have the nerve, just do as your fourth sister-in-law said. This is the last time. If it happens again, don't come into this house. After all, sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan loved him and couldn't bear to do it. I still want to use my emotions to correct this child. Wenwu finally understood that they were talking about him. When did he start making money by sleeping with old women? No wonder the sisters-in-law were so angry, he was still arguing with reason and evidence. After all the trouble in the relationship, both parties are talking about different things. It's really funny. Who told you that I was sleeping with an old woman outside? Besides, this old woman must be very rich. A grown-up girl can't earn more than $100 in one night. My sisters-in-law are very traditional and they feel embarrassed when they hear this. You are so nice, who did you learn these words from? The fifth sister-in-law, Yang Saixia, is the youngest of the 5 sisters-in-law and is only 26 years old this year. Hearing Wenwu's vulgar words, her face turned red with shame. Accused Wenwu. Fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaocui also rolled her eyes at him. Don't be disrespectful, be careful with your words. Wenwu realized that there was something wrong with what he had just said and said poo several times. I'm sorry, sisters-in-law. I'll pay more attention. But let's get back to the point. Who spread these rumors to you? How come I did that thing outside? Wenwu restrained himself and said. When his sisters-in-law heard him say this, they thought he was being wronged. You didn't do it. Third sister-in-law Liu Chuanhong's face relaxed a little. The look he gave Wenwu just now was one of disdain and pity. What a handsome boy. How could he do that? No, I earn money by singing for people in the bar in town. I don't drink with them or dance with them, I just talk. Wenwu explained. The sisters-in-law finally calmed down a little. Look at Wenwu. Can you make money by singing? Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan asked doubtfully. Second sister-in-law, look at what you're asking. Singing can not only make money, but also a lot of money. I work in that bar, and I get a basic salary of 20 yuan a day, plus 5 yuan for each song that people request. I split it with the band. Last night, we made 120 yuan just from the song requests. Wenwu explained it to them in detail. Someone else called you. My eldest sister-in-law, Hu Xiujuan, has been honest and decent for most of her life. Listening to what Wenwu said, I always felt it was a bit mysterious. I often hear people say that people who do that kind of thing outside have to rely on others for guidance. Xiaowu is in the pub, and he says he earns his money honestly, so why does anyone want to hire him? $5 a time, isn't that a bit cheap? Wenwu looked at the way his sister-in-law looked at him and knew that she was thinking about something else again. Sister-in-law, you should order a song, not me. I am the one who sings. Just sing and do nothing else. Third sister-in-law Liu Chunlan asked. What else can you do? What are you thinking? Who told you that gossip just now? Wen Wu said helplessly. Fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaozui doted on him after all, and after listening to what he said a few times, she completely believed him. At this moment, he felt resentful towards Liu Liancai's wife, Lin Sufan. Who else could it be? The mine manager's wife, Lin Sufan, came over and said that. Lin Sufan. Wen Wu frowned. This old bitch. He cursed casually. This is not the original owner's habit. The original owner was a well-behaved child. This catchphrase is a habit brought over by Wen Wu. It needs to be changed. Several sisters-in-law rolled their eyes at him. How come you are more talkative than a woman, kid? You were never like this before. I'm just angry, sister-in-law. Do you believe what she said? Besides, how does she know what I went to town for? Wen Wu asked in confusion. She said that someone from the mine saw you going to the tavern to look for that third sister yesterday. Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong said. Wen Wu was stunned. When I went to the pub yesterday, I vaguely felt that someone was following me. I looked back several times but didn't see any movement. At the time I thought I was overthinking it. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. I was being followed. Considering the fact that Lin Sufan came to visit her sisters-in-law today, the person who was following her was most likely sent by the mine manager Liu Liangcai. Grass. This old guy really says one thing in front of you and another behind your back. I knew he wouldn't let me go out so confidently. Xiao Wu, what are you thinking about? Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan saw that he was in a daze and asked. I'm angry. Lin Sufan is not a good person. She just spread rumors and gossiped about me. As a result, I got scolded by my sisters-in-law as soon as I got home. Wen Wu concealed the fact that he was being followed so as not to worry his sisters-in-law. He had thought about this matter in his mind. The sister-in-law now felt that he was wronged. They all know that her brother-in-law is a good singer. Their mine had held a chorus before, and Wen Wu performed outstandingly. He was selected to rehearse in the county and participate in the county chorus. I just didn't expect that I could make money by singing. What she didn't expect was that her brother-in-law was so resourceful that he could think of finding a job like this. If he just sang and did nothing else, she could barely accept it. But I still hope that he can be honest and find a solid job. People of the older generation always feel that money earned through hard work is real, and everything else is empty. Xiao Wu, this is my sister-in-law's fault. She blamed you without asking any questions and made you feel wronged. His sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan comforted him. Wen Wu smiled magnanimously. It's okay. A real man stands between heaven and earth. He can bend and stretch. There is no need to feel wronged. My sisters-in-law are doing this for my own good. Several sisters-in-law laughed. Xiao Wu has really grown up, and now he has his own way of speaking. Xiao Wu, did you choose this fabric? It looks pretty good. The atmosphere in the main room relaxed. Fifth sister-in-law Yang Caixia flipped through the cloth that Wen Wu brought back and asked with a smile on her face. I don't know much about fabrics, so I asked the owner of the fabric shop to help me choose them. Sister-in-law, do you think they are suitable? Several sisters-in-law came forward and looked through it together. It fits. It's good fabric and the color is beautiful. This family is honest in their business and they didn't cheat you. Sister-in-law, where are the children? I got scolded as soon as I got home, and I didn't even bother to ask about the child. Where are the shortbread cookies he bought for the children? Then he remembered to ask. I don't know. They ran out. Don't worry about them. They will be back after dinner. Fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaozui replied. Nowadays, children in rural areas are raised freely. No one cares about them once they can walk. They just run around and play. The older ones take care of the younger ones, and they all come back covered in dirt. It's just like raising chickens and ducklings. Just count them when you get home and make sure there's nothing missing. Otherwise, why do people of this generation always advise young people to have more children? They always say that this is how we all got through it. I really don't understand how tiring it is when young people talk about raising children. They don't feel tired even if they raise 5 or 6 children. How can it be the same? Wen Wu recalled that when he came back, he saw Liu Liangcai and the director of the security department, Wang Jianxi, rushing to their mining area. I was wondering if these kids had gone to their mining area to join in the fun. Sister-in-law, is there another accident in our mine today? Wen Wu asked. It has only been a few days since the accidents happened to my brothers, and my sisters-in-law are still traumatized. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. Something happened again. When? Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan asked nervously. Haven't you heard? Wang Wu was a little surprised. Several sisters-in-law shook their heads like rattles. No, I didn't hear anything happened. As he was speaking, the dog in the yard started barking, woof woof woof. Someone is coming to the yard. Sister-in-law, let's go to the mining area to appeal for justice. The chief of the police station is here. Chapter 0012, what are you going to do about this? A few people looked into the yard and saw more than 10 people coming in. They were all family members of the victims of the mining disaster some time ago. Most of them are women, the elderly and children. An old man was holding a wooden sign with the words, "Redress of Injustice," written on it. Wen Wu felt sad when he saw this. They really have no other options. That bastard Liu Liangcai's attitude towards handling this mining disaster has caused so much injustice to the families. Which one can serve? But the arm is no match for the thigh. They have no way to appeal and can only make a fuss whenever they get the chance. But you have to think that it would be a big mistake to make trouble with the police station chief. When a mining accident occurs, the police station sends out calls immediately. Obviously they knew about this. In other words, Liu Liangcai dared to do this now because he had the support of the director. Make trouble with them. Isn't that who in this hall is suing me? Instead, it would ruin Wen Wu's plan. Several sisters-in-law still looked confused. They didn't know what the current situation at the mine was. Why is the police station chief here? Several people hurried out to greet them. What happened at the mine? Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan asked. A woman said anxiously, his sister-in-law, Liu Liangcai's son of a bitch, has caused him trouble again. She stole the detonators from the mine warehouse and beat up the old man who was guarding the warehouse. She called the police station. Yes, sister-in-law, this is a good opportunity for us to redress our grievances. Let's hurry over, adults and children, and make trouble with the director while there are many people around. The director can't just ignore it. The sisters-in-law had no idea what to do and were eager to make a move. Wen Wu hurriedly stopped him. No, don't do that. Everyone looked at Wen Wu in confusion. Uncle, what are you talking about? What else can we do? The people in the mine are standing on our necks and shitting. They have bullied us to such an extent. Why should we be afraid? Your family may be afraid, but we are not. People with bare feet are not afraid of people with shoes. We only have one life. If we lose our men, we will have no way to survive. A woman said excitedly. Wen Wu hurried to explain. I'm not afraid. This isn't something that can be solved without fear. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever thought about this? When the mine disaster occurred, the police station sent out the police immediately. Obviously, the police station is aware of the situation. In other words, the mine manager is suppressing this matter now with the support of the police station. Wen Wu tried to make his words as clear as possible. These people are all uneducated and rough. We can't leave you guessing what you are saying halfway. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. Someone reacted. Yes, I'm afraid that the director is in cahoots with Liu Liangcai. If we go and make a scene like this, not only will it not produce any results, but it will also give them a reason to arrest us all. When the time comes, we will be forced to sign one by one in the police station, and we will have no choice. If anyone understands, please follow the analysis. Everyone felt a sense of fear. Fortunately, I didn't go. The sisters-in-law looked at Wen Wu. Do you have any idea about this? Seeing how calm he was at the beginning, I always felt that he had some plans in mind. Yes, if you have an idea, tell us so that we can feel at ease. Otherwise, we won't be able to sleep at home. An old woman in the crowd said in a sad voice. She looked very haggard, with red and swollen eyes. It seemed that she had cried a lot during these days. If I cry any more, my eyes will go blind. Wanwu looked at everyone and decided to keep his words to himself and not say them all. Before something is done, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Everyone, I'll take care of this. You can rest assured. My 5 brothers' lives were lost there. I will not be a human being if I don't make those bastards pay for their crimes with blood. Wanwu's eyes were firm and his voice was sonorous and powerful. Everyone was greatly encouraged. Good boy, you have backbone. We are the same. We men can't die in vain. Yes, even though the dead cannot be resurrected, we must fight to the death to seek justice. We cannot let someone die and let our children bear a bad reputation. Why do you say that it was us men who were not operating in a standardized manner that caused the mine disaster? Isn't this just bullying? The indignation of these women who have lost their men is exactly what all their families are feeling. This is what they are fighting for. Wanwu nodded. Everyone, that's right. My sisters-in-law and I think the same as you do. We all want to fight for this. In addition, we must not let the relevant responsible persons go unpunished. We must make them pay the price they deserve. They bully us so much and suppress this matter. Aren't they afraid of taking responsibility? Everyone nodded. His uncle is right. Uncle, what should we do about this? We will listen to you now. We will do whatever you tell us to do. The people in front of me, some old and some young, are women like my sisters-in-law, who are weak and alone. There is only Wanwu, a young and strong man. Seeing that he spoke so clearly, everyone's trust in him suddenly increased. Wanwu comforted everyone. Everyone, you have to believe me, just go home and wait to hear my words. Remember, don't go out and cause trouble without permission, and keep your mouth shut when you are outside. Don't tell anyone else if they ask you anything. The sisters-in-law were also worried that there would be too many gossips and these people would talk nonsense outside. Don't do things with good intentions that not only end up with nothing good, but also bring trouble to yourself. Also tell those people. Yes, if you trust my brother-in-law, don't cause trouble for him. We women just need to take care of the family. We just do what he says. Don't talk nonsense outside. Everyone nodded in agreement. I know, sister-in-law, don't worry. His uncle is out there seeking justice for us. We can't help him, but we can't cause him any trouble. Just relax. Uncle, I don't know how to help you in any other way. If you need money, just ask and we can get some together. An old lady said sincerely. Wanwu waved his hand. No need. When I really need it, I will ask for it. Well, his uncle, we have so many families, but we all rely on you. An old lady came forward excitedly, held Wanwu's hand, and couldn't hold back her tears. The others were also moved by the scene, their noses felt sore and their eyes were moist. I don't know how many tears I have shed in the days since the accident. Wanwu comforted them, don't cry, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Outsiders will only laugh at us and no one will sympathize with us. The most important thing we should do is to make those bastards cry. Yes, stop crying. We have shed enough tears these days. If anyone pities us, we must be strong and make them pay the price. Someone echoed. Only then did everyone put away their emotions, wiped their tears, and bit their lips, turning their sadness into motivation. You guys go back. If you want to go to their mine to watch the fun, go ahead. If you don't want to go, just go home and do your work. Just don't cause any trouble. Wanwu said to everyone. Well, let's go back then. Everyone dispersed. Wanwu called out to the old man holding the wooden sign that read redress of injustice. Uncle, leave the wooden board in the yard, don't take it out. The old man glanced at the sign in his hand and nodded. He put it on the ground and walked out. After everyone left, sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan took Wanwu's hand and went back to the main room. Xiaowu, you have to tell your sisters-in-law what you are going to do about this matter. Yes, it's right not to tell them, but we have to let our family know so that we can have a clear idea in our hearts. Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan followed suit and said worriedly. The third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong, the fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaocui and the fifth sister-in-law Yang Caixia all looked at Wanwu with a worried look on their faces. Wanwu sighed lightly. I originally didn't want to tell my sisters-in-law because I was afraid they would worry. Today, the families of the victims have come here to make a fuss. Since they can no longer hide it, they may as well speak out. Sister-in-law, I said yes, but you can't stop me. Chapter 0013. It has been a long time since I laughed so happily. Silly child, if you want to do something stupid, I won't let you do it no matter what. But if you really have a good idea, sister-in-law will not only not stop you, but will fully support you. After all, you are doing it for us. Sister-in-law Hu Shujuan spoke gently to Su Lingfeng. Yes, now you are the only man that my sisters-in-law can rely on. My sisters-in-law can't live without you anymore. Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan looked at Wan Wu Dao lovingly. The other sisters-in-law also looked at Wan Wu with eyes full of desire and expectation. Wan Wu is fully aware of the burden he bears. I also know how important he is to this family. This was the 80s. As an outsider family, the family had experienced so many great changes. In this place where they had no relatives, there were several single women with 8 young children. Without him, the fate of this family would be doomed to fail. This further strengthened his belief. No matter what, in this life, he will be the strongest pillar behind his sisters-in-law. His sisters-in-law provided him with a warm nest, so he had to work hard to nourish them. We must not let them down for their unrequited love and expectations for ourselves. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I am the only man in our family now. I know how heavy the burden on my shoulders is. No matter what I do, I will think twice and will never make you worry, let alone abandon you and the children. Wan Wu promised. When the sisters-in-law heard what Wan Wu said, they were all moved. Sister-in-law Hu Shujuan grabbed Wan Wu's hand. Child, we watched you grow up. All these years, our love for you has not been in vain. With your words, we feel relieved. The second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan followed up and said, Xiao Wu, then tell the sisters-in-law, what are you going to do about this matter? Sister-in-law, I went to the town this time for one reason, to make money, and secondly, to get in touch with some people through my third sister. The police station is no longer reliable. To resolve this matter, we must report it to the higher authorities. The sisters-in-law looked worried again. Xiao Wu, that third sister is a figure in the underworld. For ordinary people like us to get so close to her, what good will come of it? Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong said worriedly. She is 28 years old this year. Because her family conditions were pretty good before, she had enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear. She didn't have to do farm work, so she mostly did housework at home, and her skin is very fair. She also has a beautiful face. None of his 5 sisters-in-law are ugly, they are all very pretty. With 5 such beautiful sisters-in-law, how could Wan Wu not work harder? Not to mention that he is a time-traveling monster with a lot of abilities and uses his martial arts skills everywhere. Even if he didn't have these abilities, he had to find a way to support them by carrying steel bars and cement at the construction site. But I can't bear to see them being abused by others. Third sister-in-law, what you said is only half right. There are good and bad people in the underworld. Third sister can get so many people to follow her. She has her own way of dealing with the world. Compared with those hypocritical people, these people are more disciplined. Wan Wu said to his third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong. Xiao Wu, we are not related to the third sister. If you just work in her tavern, will she be willing to help you? Fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaocui asked. Fourth sister-in-law, if we say that we are just eating for free, she will definitely not help us. But if we say that I am very important to her, and even most of her profits are created by me, then she will treat any problem I have as her own. Su Lingfeng explained with a smile. The sisters-in-law looked at each other, confused. What do you mean? She's such a big shot, but she depends on you for a living. Or are you planning to marry her and live together as a couple? Fifth sister-in-law Yang Caixia asked. She was always worried that this young, handsome and tall brother-in-law would be bullied by her third sister, the old woman. I'm not worrying for nothing. Everyone knows third sister's reputation. At such an old age, she still hasn't married. She just wants to have more fun. Wan Wu's conditions are so good. This is like having a pot of flowers at home and putting it on the street. If no one is watching it, someone will probably take the pot away with it. Although Wan Wu said that he would not abandon them, they did not want to be supported by him. Isn't this embarrassing? Fifth sister-in-law, why do you always think of me as a gigolo? I am not that kind of person. What I said is important to her. I am not saying that I will marry her, but what fourth sister-in-law said just now is that she depends on me for food, so I am willing to get involved. This is probably what she meant. The sisters-in-law were even more shocked. Look at him. Xiaowu, you have to know your limits when bragging. She's counting on you for food. Haven't you asked around about her? She's been in our town for a long time. Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan just felt that Wan Wu's words were unreasonable. Wang Wu laughed har har har. Second sister-in-law, you won't believe anything I say now. I won't keep you waiting too long. I can get things done in just a few days. Wan Wu said confidently. In this case, although the sisters-in-law still have questions, they will not say more. As long as my brother-in-law doesn't do anything stupid or go astray, it's fine. Then you must promise your sister-in-law that you will never marry the old woman of third sister. Fifth sister-in-law Yang Caixia is always thinking about this matter. The eldest sister-in-law, the second sister-in-law, the third sister-in-law, and the fourth sister-in-law all made them laugh. Although they laughed, the sisters-in-law had the same attitude. I also support what fifth sister said. I know you just broke off the engagement and you feel bad, but you can't be deceived by others' warmth. There is no benefit in marrying that woman. My eldest sister-in-law, Hu Shujuan, is very prejudiced. Sister-in-law, look at what you think of me. I don't take the cancellation of the engagement to heart at all. Just relax. Wan Wu comforted him. The children also came back at this time. The eldest sister-in-law's son Zhang Lei led a group of younger brothers and sisters, chattering into the yard. My head was sweating profusely. A few days ago, the children saw that their mother, aunt and uncle were in low spirits, and they became sad too. But they are just children after all, and they forget about it when they are having fun outside. Only when I get home will I think of these things and wipe away my tears with my mother. But when I got home today, I saw my uncle, my mother and my aunt talking and laughing in the main room. They were in a good mood, and the children were happy too. Uncle, you're back. A bunch of idiots gathered around. Wang Wu was so happy that he couldn't express it in words. Good boy, your uncle bought your favorite fruit shortbread cookies in town, go and have some. He patted their heads and said lovingly. Really, that's great. Mom, here are the fruit cakes my uncle bought. I want to eat some. I want to eat too. I want to eat cookies. They are my favorite. The children each went to their mother and asked for some fruit biscuits. When the sisters-in-law saw the children happy, their mood naturally improved as well. As parents, our job is to watch our children live. Look at your little hands, they are so dirty, go wash your hands before eating. Lazy, take your brothers and sisters to wash their hands. Sister-in-law Hu Shujuan said to her eldest son Zhang Lei. Yer, come here, let's go wash our hands. Zhang Lei greeted his younger brothers and sisters. The little ones all stared at Zhang Lei's butt. Like a group of little ducks, so cute. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Wan Wu and his sisters-in-law all showed long-lost smiles on their faces. This scene happened every day at home before the accidents happened to the brothers, and the family was very happy. However, ever since their brothers got into trouble, they hadn't smiled so happily for a long time. Now, Wan Wu has given them hope again. Chapter 0014, Coming for Him. The main room of Liu Liangcai's house. A fat man in his 40s had an angry look on his face, and the flesh on his face trembled slightly. Unlike most people of that era who had yellow or dark skin, this man had fair skin, and it was obvious that he seldom did outdoor work on a daily basis. What are you doing? Are you afraid that the outside world is not tense enough? The mine disaster is not over yet, and now there is another one. The man shouted angrily. This man is the director of Mangshan Town Police Station, Marlai Jun. The Mangshan mine is under the jurisdiction of the county, but the public security in the jurisdiction is under the jurisdiction of the town police station. Liu Liangcai and Lin Sufan, a couple, looked like children who had made a mistake. The director was sitting while they stood, lowering their heads and not daring to look him in the eye. In fact, in terms of rank, Liu Liangcai and director Marlai Jun are at the same level. But there have been a lot of troubles recently. The Malay army is still trying its best to suppress the mining accident, and now there is another case of theft and assault. His bastard son, 15-year-old Zhang Lei, was punished to kneel in the yard. The boy looked unconvinced. He refused to obey even when kneeling and held his head high. Liu Liangcai didn't have time to punish him now, so he had to apologize to the director quickly. He said to the director with an apologetic look on his face, "I'm sorry, Director Ma, I will definitely discipline this bastard and won't cause you any trouble again." His daughter-in-law Lin Sufan also said, "Thank you for the trouble, Director Ma. Let his father beat him later. This is not a toy." He is getting more and more courageous. In front of the director, the couple naturally scolded their son as harshly as they could to make the director calm down. The Malay soldiers glanced at the couple. "Lao Liu, we have been friends for more than 10 years. I am not saying anything bad about you, but today, there are so many people around your mine. If the families of the victims take the opportunity to cause trouble, with so many people watching, how do you think this will end?" Yes, the director is right. It's a good thing they didn't go. He agreed with the director's words, but in his heart he thought that if those people dared to go there today, he would teach them a lesson tonight. Anyway, all the men in these families are gone, only the elderly, women and children are left. We have been working at Mangshan mine for so many years, employing so many people and spending so much money, weren't they just waiting to be used today? They would find a few idle guys, climb over the wall, and even if their dogs were beaten to death, they would not take their lives. They would tear their clothes into pieces in front of their children and the elderly, humiliate them, and then escape over the wall. Anyway, he has the final say in the mine. After the people leave, the security patrol team will go over to inquire about the situation. Let us see how these women can live with dignity in the future. If I can't control these women, what's the point of being a mine manager? The director was just trying to criticize Liu Liangcai at this moment, but in fact, what he was thinking was similar to what Liu Liangcai was thinking. There is no need to worry about the family members causing trouble. There are plenty of ways to deal with them. Okay, I've told you everything I need to say. Fortunately, I'm here today and can come over to keep things under control. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of trouble would have arisen. We have to be more careful about things like this in the future." He scolded the couple again. Yes. Please rest assured, Director, there will definitely not be a next time." Liu Liangcai nodded and bowed. Ma Lijian glanced at Liu Liangcai's youngest son in the yard. This isn't the first time this kid has gotten into trouble. But all crows are black, and his own children would be useless if they were left outside. This is known to everyone. It's not easy to say anything more. Children's education is education, don't beat them. Said a polite word. Don't worry about this, Director Ma. I have to deal with him. Liu Liangcai gritted his teeth and said hatefully, intentionally showing it to Director Ma. Director Ma didn't care about anything else and just waved his hand. I'm going back. Director Ma, you carry these things. Lin Sufan went to Wang Wu's house in the morning, but the family was unwilling to accept the wine and meat she brought, and she had no time to return them. It just so happened that they came in handy now. All were taken away by the Malay army. The Malay soldier was polite and accepted it, then a smile appeared on his face. Children are naughty. Just educate them and don't make things difficult for them. You guys go and do your work. I'm going back now. I'll take you there. After Liu Liangcai sent the Malay soldiers away and returned to the yard, his son had already been pulled up by his mother and was sitting in the main room. Who told you to get up? Liu Liangcai was furious and asked harshly. My mother made me get up. Liu Lei raised his head and said. Lin Sufan protects the child. The director said, just educate the child and don't scare him. You've spoiled this bastard. He almost got into trouble today. Why did you steal those detonators? Can you just take them? Liu Liangcai pointed at Liu Lei and asked. You stole it to fry fish, too. Why can't I take it? Liu Lei asked back. Can you be the same as me? I'm an adult and I know how to use them. Why did you take those things? Are you going to blow up the house? If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked. Liu Liangcai himself often stole detonators and went to the river to fry fish, and his son simply followed suit. Now that I was asked back, I didn't feel so confident. I also fried fish, I know how to use it. Look, this child is lawless. How can he be controlled? It's all because of you. He blamed his daughter-in-law again. Lin Sufan rolled her eyes at Liu Liangcai. But I also felt that what my son did was too dangerous. Xiao Lei, your dad is doing this for your own good. The detonator is not something else, you can't just take it away. Besides, it's wrong for you to hit someone. That old man wouldn't let me go. I told him I was the mine manager's son, but he still wouldn't let me go. Who else should I beat up if not him? Liu Lei looked indifferent. The couple thought about it for a long time but didn't hit their son at all. Spoiling a child is like killing him. Sooner or later they will be killed by this son. In the blink of an eye it was afternoon. Wenwu said goodbye to his sister-in-law and children at home and went to town again. Wenwu went there a little earlier, thinking that he could make some time to write more novels. He has written almost 1,000 words now, and he plans to send the first draft out when it reaches about 2,000 words. First, see if they accept manuscripts. If we can get manuscripts, it means this approach is feasible and online novels of later generations will also have a market in this era. If no manuscripts are accepted, I will try a different approach and bring out the novels from the 2000s to test the waters again. Anyway, they are all ready-made works, so you can just use them. After returning to the hotel in town, I asked the owner to renew my room. After much thought, I decided to subscribe by month. My work at the town's pub is going pretty well now. I plan to get to know my third sister better and see if I can get in touch with the record company through her. Nowadays, most record companies are located in the southern coastal areas, such as Guangdong and Guangdong. It is close to Hong Kong, Macau and Taiwan, and the reform and opening up also started there. It is the region in China that is at the forefront of the times. He also has an inexhaustible resource of songs. Jay Chou, Dao Lang, Zhao Lei, Pu Shu. Either one is enough for him to eat for a lifetime. These days, my life is mostly spent running back and forth between the mine and the town. It is more cost-effective to subscribe to a hotel on a monthly basis. The most important thing is that you don't have to come back every day to renew your room, which is so troublesome. Once my job here is stable and I've earned some money, I'll buy a courtyard house in town and let my sister-in-law and children move in. This way you don't have to worry about your home. After renewing my room, I returned to the hotel room, calmed myself down, took out my pen and writing paper, and continued writing the previous manuscript. It is now a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I have been writing until 4 o'clock and have written more than 1,000 words. Including what I wrote yesterday, it's already over 2,000 words. When I get back in the evening, I will check and correct the typos, then copy a neat copy. I will find time to send it out tomorrow. It was almost time, so I packed up my paper and pen and rushed to the pub. The third sister was waiting for him in the tavern again, worried that he would not come. Seeing him coming, she breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward. Xiao Wang is here. The name is very affectionate. I was calling him Wenwu yesterday. Good afternoon, third sister. Wenwu smiled and greeted politely. My third sister likes it very much. Well, how did you feel after working yesterday? Are you still adapting? Concerned about him? I can adapt. I really like our working environment here. Where's Sister Wu? Why don't I see her with you? Wenwu saw that Sister Wu, the 40-year-old woman who had been accompanying his third sister yesterday, was not in the pub, so he asked casually. Get closer to your third sister. The third sister really laughed. This guy is not only handsome and a good singer, but also capable. Sister Wu is looking at another place, at the East Pier. Their town was built next to the West Wharf, and there is an East Wharf 5 miles away. There is a small pier over there, and there is a small market along the pier, but there are not as many people as here. Wenwu smiled and nodded. Third sister has so many places to go. I followed you and it was the right person for me to follow. I will work hard with you in the future. Then you can rest assured. Follow third sister and I will never treat you unfairly. The third sister patted his shoulder fondly. Suddenly, Wenwu was stunned. He saw 2 people sitting at the corner, staring at this side. He didn't know these 2 people, but he felt a sense of familiarity. What are you looking at? The third sister also noticed his expression and followed his gaze. Third sister, are those 2 from our tavern? Wenwu asked. No, the guests who came here arrived at around 3 o'clock. They probably came for you. The stage effect of your performance last night was very good, and it caused a lot of discussion in our town. The third sister said with a smile. Wenwu's heart skipped a beat. It's probably right to come here for him, but I'm afraid not to come here to listen to him sing. These two people seemed more like those sent by mine manager Liu Liangsai to monitor him. Chapter 0015. Look at the two of you. Wenwu knew it very well, but he still pretended to be calm. Then he started talking and laughing with his third sister. Several members of the band were busy debugging the equipment and did not notice Wenwu coming over. At this moment, he saw Wenwu and waved to him. Brother Xiao Wang, come over here and try the sound. Yes, here I come. Promised them one word. Said to the third sister, I'm going to be busy. Go ahead. The third sister had a smile on her face. Now I like this child no matter how I look at him. The more I look at him, the more I like him. Mangshan mine, home. After Wenwu left in the afternoon, the sisters-in-law were busy with their own things. It just so happened that Wenwu brought back some fabric, so there was work to be done. I made clothes and shoes for the children, and also made a few pieces for my brother-in-law. There is only one man like this in the family, so you must love him well. As for women, they take care of their home while men earn money outside. Sewing, mending, washing and cooking are just some of the work. Their family didn't raise any chickens or ducks. Their husbands used to make money in the mines, so they didn't care about these things. A few days ago, the sisters were still worrying about how they would live in the future and were thinking about whether they should buy some chickens and ducklings to raise. Now that my brother-in-law has found a job in town, I have put this idea aside for the time being. After lunch, the children ran out to play again. The 5 sisters sat in the yard, chatting while working. The 5 families lived in a large courtyard. What do you think about Xiao Wu's marriage? That girl Liu Qiao has broken off the engagement, so we have to continue arranging things for him. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan, who is always worried about her life, mentioned this. I think we should wait and see. He has just recovered from the loss of his brothers in the past 2 days, and his mind is focused on making money. I'm afraid he won't want to see me if we arrange things for him now. Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan analyzed. The third, fourth and fifth sisters-in-law nodded and thought that this was the case. But his age is there. He is 22 years old, not young. He is not interested in this. We have to worry about it. It will be difficult to find someone if he is older. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan mentioned it again. This is absolutely true. Nowadays, girls aged 15 or 16 are busy arranging their marriages. The girl from Liu Qiao who was introduced to Wenwu before is 18 years old this year, which is considered old. Or maybe her family is well off and they spoil her. Some families can barely make ends meet and have to save food. They don't let their children eat enough for every meal, for fear that they will run out of food. Even with such careful budgeting, we sometimes even had to borrow food from relatives. They also have a serious patriarchal ideology, thinking that girls are to be raised by other families and that a married woman is like spilled water. They are eager to marry her off as soon as possible so that the family can save food and have more food for their daughters during festivals. Fortunately, Wenwu is a man. If he were a girl, 22 would be considered old and it would be difficult for her to get married these days. Several sisters-in-law thought so too, and they all rolled their eyes and thought about it. The third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong glanced at the fifth sister-in-law Yang Caixia. A thought arose in my mind. Although her fifth sister is 26 years old this year, she has never done any heavy work. She stays at home all year round. She is fair and tender, and looks good, like a grown-up girl. If she didn't tell me, no one would have thought that her son was already 8 years old. I have a great idea. Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong smiled and said to her sisters. The sisters all looked at her. What's the idea? Look, we already have it at home. Why bother to look for it outside? Liu Chunhong said this and winked at her fifth sister Yang Caixia. Yang Caixia understood what she meant, and her face suddenly felt hot and flushed like the sunset. Third sister-in-law, what do you mean? He lowered his head embarrassedly and pretended to do the work at hand. Seeing her so shy, Liu Chunhong couldn't help laughing. Don't you understand what I mean? There aren't many cases where a brother succeeds his brother. There are some in our mine. When the elder brother dies, the younger brother lives with his sister-in-law. There are also some when the elder sister dies, so the sister-in-law lives with her. There's another one in the next village, who lives with his aunt. As long as they can make a living, that's enough. When sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan heard this, she thought it was a great idea. I couldn't help but look up at my fifth sister. At this moment, the fifth sister Yang Caishia's ears turned red and she kept her head down. Caishia, your sister-in-law is right. Aren't you only 26 years old this year? Yang Caishia nodded slightly and murmured, yeah. Right, 26 years old, still very young. Our Xiaowu is 22 years old. A girl 3 years older than you is a rich man, a girl 4 years older than you is blessed with longevity, and a girl 5 years older than you is as old as your mother. These are all good things. Our Xiaowu knows her background very well, so there is no need to worry about her having a bad life. It's such a good thing. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan became more and more excited the more she thought about it. The second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan also said, I think this is a reliable thing. We are already a family. If you two can succeed, it will be a closer relationship. When you have children in the future, we can all help. This goes even further, and we're even thinking about having children. Yang Caishia was shy to begin with, and now she was so embarrassed that she had nowhere to hide. Her heart was pounding. Caishia, can you please say something? Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong asked. I don't know why you don't let my fourth sister-in-law marry him. She is only 1 year older than me. Yang Caishia muttered softly. Only then did the older sisters-in-law start to pay attention to the fourth sister's family. When the third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong mentioned it just now, the fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaozui felt uncomfortable. She couldn't describe how she felt. I always feel that if the fifth sister can succeed, then she can do it too, right? Why do the sisters-in-law favor the fifth sister? At this moment, everyone's eyes were on her, and she felt a little happy. Actually, the man in her family is the closest to Xiao Wu and they are cousins from the same clan. Before fleeing here to escape famine, I had always lived in a village. Old fourth family, you say something. If you can agree, I can bring you two together. A girl who is 5 years older than her is better than her mother. Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong said to Xu Xiaozui. Xu Xiaozui's face immediately turned red, and she lowered her head like her fifth sister Yang Caishia. I don't know either. Look at the two of you. Your child is already so grown up, but you're still acting like grown-up girls when you talk about this. You're so shy and not forthright at all. Liu Chunhong scolded the two of them. That's right, if you continue like this, you'll give this opportunity to your third sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan followed with a joke. Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong was stunned for a moment. Second sister-in-law, I think you are suitable. You are only 30 years old. A woman who is 8 years old will definitely make a fortune. You and Xiao Wu should get together and wait for us to get rich. The second sister-in-law has nothing to be ashamed of. Smiled. It's still worth it for a girl to be older than her. So, our sister-in-law is also suitable. No, we are both suitable, so why not just follow him? Third sister-in-law Liu Chunlan followed suit and joked. These older sisters-in-law were quite calm when talking about this matter. The fourth and fifth sisters, who were shy before, were not so shy anymore after hearing the jokes from their sisters-in-law. Then he started laughing. Stop being so frivolous here. If you all don't want to, I'm really willing to live with him. I've watched this child grow up, and he's matured a lot in the past few days. I have confidence in living with him. The eldest sister-in-law, Hu Xiujuan, half-jokingly provoked her younger sisters. Then you can bring it. When he comes back tomorrow, I'll bring it for you. Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong said with a smile. Yes, the eldest sister-in-law is suitable. Let's mention it as soon as possible, and don't let the old woman of the third sister get ahead of her. I don't think that woman has any good intentions towards our Xiao Wu. Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan followed. When they heard this, they were stunned and looked at the second sister-in-law. I almost forgot, there is a third sister outside, they really need to hurry. I've been worried about this. Fourth sister, fifth sister, if you have any ideas, just go with Xiao Wu. Don't let that old woman, third sister, mess with you. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan looked at Xu Xiaozui and Yang Caishia. Whenever I thought of the scene of that old woman hugging my own Xiao Wu, kissing and hugging him, I felt uncomfortable all over. To be honest, neither Xu Xiaozui nor Yang Caishia had any objections. They have been married before and their children are already grown up, but Xiaowu is still a young man, tall and handsome, so they have no reason to be picky. But I don't know what Xiaowu is thinking. Another thing is, there are competitors here. Xu Xiaocui wanted to get married, and Yang Caixia also wanted to get married, and the two of them were still so familiar with each other. If they say they don't know the person, they will not be polite. The two looked at each other, feeling conflicted. Why don't you two talk? What are you thinking? Are you willing to do this? Seeing that the two of them were just in a daze and didn't say anything, the second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan urged them anxiously. The two of them gritted their teeth and spoke at the same time. I do. Chapter 0016 Let us go to town. The two of them said this almost at the same time. After saying this, the two of them stared at each other in shock. This. I'll give it to you, Caixia. Fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaocui said politely. No, you should come, sister-in-law. Xu Xiaocui felt embarrassed and followed suit in being polite. The older sisters-in-law were both relieved and worried when they saw the fourth and fifth sons' families being humble to each other. Who is this for? Just when I didn't know what to do, someone came to the yard. His sister-in-law is busy. 4 or 5 women came in, each carrying a sack on her shoulder. These women are the family members of the victims of the mining accident a few days ago. Where are you going? You all have your bags on your back. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan asked. A woman sighed. Alas, now that the man is gone, I don't know what the compensation will be like, but we still have to live. Without an income, the children and the elderly will have trouble feeding them. We have picked some yams in the mountains these days and want to carry them up the mountain to sell. I came to ask his sister-in-law if you guys want to go to town. We can go together so that we can have someone to look after us on the way. Compared with these families, Wenwu's family is lucky, at least they have a male laborer. Their families are in a miserable state. The men died in the mining accidents, leaving only the elderly, women and children at home. Thinking of this, the sisters-in-law cherished Wenwu even more. Sister-in-law, why don't you follow me to town and see where Xiaowu works? The second sister-in-law, Zhao Xiaolan, winked at the eldest sister-in-law, Hu Xiujuan, and spoke in a low voice. Since the sisters have decided to let Wenwu choose a wife at home, we have to keep a close eye on him. Let the eldest sister-in-law go because she is older, 10 years older than Xiaowu. Even if she stayed overnight in town with Xiaowu, her sisters at home wouldn't have any idea. If Yang Caixia or Xu Xiaocui were to go, it might not be so appropriate. Originally, they were not sure who would be with Xiaowu. Now they are just discussing it at home, and no one knows what Xiaowu is thinking. But this child has always listened to his sisters-in-law. Think about this, talk to him, explain the reason to him clearly, and he will agree. The eldest sister-in-law understood what the second sister meant and nodded. Then I'll take the shoes I made a few days ago to a shoe store in town and sell them. It's a bit sad to say this, as these shoes were originally made for their men, but this mining accident took the lives of 5 brothers. There's no point in keeping the shoes, they are all new and have never been worn. Xiaowu has big feet and can't wear the shoes made for his brothers. Okay, go and clean up, we'll be waiting for you. The women said. Yeah, sit down and rest for a while. It's okay. I've been sitting at home all day. What are you doing? Several women put down their sacks and came forward to look at the cloth that Zhao Xiaolan and her colleagues had cut. The eldest sister-in-law, Hu Xiujuan, went into their house to clean up. After a while, he packed everything up, put it in a bamboo basket, covered it with a piece of cloth, and carried it out. Let's go. The town was not far away, so a few of us walked there. There were many people there, so we were chatting and laughing, and we didn't feel lonely. When they arrived in the town, they first accompanied a few women to sell yam, and then found a shoe store and sold their eldest sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan's shoes. Sisters-in-law, please go back first. I'm going to look for our Xiaowu. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan said to several women. Is Xiaowu in town? A woman asked. Well, he just came here yesterday. He said he found a job. I'll go over and take a look at where he lives. If he needs anything, I'll bring it to him next time. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan said with a smile. Several women didn't think it was a big deal. It was a very normal thing. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, and it is normal for a sister-in-law to care about her younger brother. Everyone is envious now because there is a man in their family. Okay then, let's go back first. Well, let's talk about it when we get back to the mine. After saying goodbye to several women, sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan asked around and soon found the Manshan Tavern. At this point, Wenwu had just arrived a while ago and was testing the sound on the stage with several members of the band. It was Hu Xiujuan's first time to be in a place like a pub. Listening to the loud music at the door, she felt a little resistant and couldn't help frowning. Stepped into the pub. The two people who were sitting in the corner and came to monitor Wenwu were startled when they saw Hu Xiujuan coming in. Sister-in-law Wenwu. One person murmured. It's really her, how did she get here? Another person followed. Could it be that we followed Wenwu all the way and she discovered us? The two of them were muttering to themselves. Hurry up and bury your head. She seems to be looking at us. Another person reminded. Then the two of them hurriedly lowered their heads. They chose a corner seat with dim lighting so they couldn't see the two people's faces. Hu Xiujuan looked towards them, but she didn't see them, but was looking for Wenwu. It was now business hours, and a male waiter saw someone coming in and hurried forward to ask. Hello, how many people are you? Asked Hu Xiujuan. Hu Xiujuan smiled. Brother, I'm not here to drink, I'm here to look for someone. Is Wenwu here? Wenwu? Yes, yes, yes. He is the big star in our bar. He is auditioning on the stage. Who are you to him? The waiter looked at Hu Xiujuan. She is not very old, but if you say she is Wenwu's wife, she is probably a bit old. Is it my sister? My aunt? Or my sister-in-law? Anyway, it can't be his mother. I'm his sister-in-law. We all live together. Please take me to find him. Hu Xiujuan said to the waiter. Yes, come with me. The waiter led Hu Xiujuan to the stage to find Wenwu. This pub is quite large, with dozens of booths in the hall. If it is full, it can accommodate about 100 people. There is an open space in the center for guests to dance. At the front of the pub, there is a stage where the band performs. Brother Wang, someone is looking for you. The waiter, who was about 17 or 18 years old, ran to report to Wenwu enthusiastically. Looking for me? Where? There. The waiter pointed. When Wenwu took a look, he thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes. Now I can see clearly that it is my sister-in-law. He quickly greeted the band members and said, Brothers, please get busy. My family is here. Then go ahead, the sound has been tested almost. Aha! Wenwu hurried down from the stage and ran towards his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan was very happy to see Wenwu coming and held his hand. I came here with the people from our mine. They came to sell yams, and I sold your brother's shoes as well. Where are they? Wenwu looked around. I asked them to go back first. Okay, then don't leave tonight. Come with me to the hotel for the night, and we'll go back together tomorrow morning. There is only one bed in the hotel, so Wenwu will sleep on the floor and give the bed to his sister-in-law. No matter whether you are a man or a girl, it is okay to stay awake all night. Anything can make it through. It's no problem. Well, I came to see you. I hope I won't delay your business. Will third sister scold you? Hu Xiujuan said worriedly. It's okay. By the way, since you are here, why not meet the third sister? She is actually a nice person. You are too prejudiced. Hu Xiujuan waved her hands repeatedly. No, 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 I don't want to see her. I'm not the same kind of person as her. I'm a peasant woman. This is my first time to enter this place. If I hadn't come to see you, I wouldn't have come. Wenwu smiled. Well, find a seat. I have to be busy until 8 or 9 in the evening. Well, just do your thing and don't bother me. As we were talking, the third sister came over. Xiaowu, I heard from the waiter that your family is here, right? He walked forward smiling. Wenwu was a little embarrassed. Her sister-in-law had just said that she didn't want to see her, but now she came over. I had no choice but to introduce it to her. Yes, my eldest sister-in-law, this is the third sister. Hu Xiujuan met her third sister for the first time. Somewhat to her surprise, the third sister was dressed very decently, had a very kind face, and was a pretty woman. In the past, when I heard the name of the third sister, I thought that women like her who were involved in the underworld must be unruly. But when I met her in person today, if I hadn't told her, I would have thought she was someone's decent daughter-in-law. She's no different from any other woman. Moreover, this third sister was said to be older than her, but when she met her, she was a fair-skinned woman and looked very young. The third sister was very enthusiastic and quickly extended her hand. Sister-in-law, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Hu Shujuan was not in the habit of shaking hands and felt a little awkward. Wenwu gave a reminder. Third sister wants to shake your hand. Only then did Hu Shujuan reach out to greet him. The elder sister is so pretty. Praise my third sister. Wenwu smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you are probably not as old as my third sister. Oh, really? How old is the elder sister this year? I am 33. That's because I'm not as old as you. I'm 32 years old this year, so I'll call you third sister too. Chapter 0017. Let's make do with one night. All three laughed. This is not a place for conversation. Customers are coming into the pub one after another, and Wenwu also has to be busy. Sister-in-law, let's sit in the back room. Xiaowu will be busy too. The third sister said to her eldest sister-in-law Hu Shujuan. Hu Shujuan is also a sensible person and does not want to cause trouble for Xiaowu at work. Okay, Xiaowu, you keep busy. My third sister and I will go sit in the private room at the back. Hu Shujuan versus Wenwu Dao. Well, I'll come find you after work. Wenwu was busy on stage, so Hu Shujuan followed her third sister to the private room at the back. The third sister was very welcoming and treated her sister-in-law, Hu Shujuan, as a guest. Sister-in-law, would you like some tea? I'm not thirsty. Stop working and just sit down. Then I'll ask them to serve 2 plates of sunflower seeds, and we can chat while eating them. Don't bother. No trouble. 2 plates of melon seeds were served, and the two chatted while eating them. As they started chatting, Hu Shujuan's prejudice against her third sister gradually disappeared. My third sister is a very easygoing person, no different from the other young wives and sisters-in-law in the family. As for why she didn't get married, Hu Shujuan also asked indirectly. She had 2 marriages. The first man was introduced by her family. He ate and slept all day, was a lazy man, and would beat people when drunk. They divorced within a year. Later, I met someone through an introduction. This man is even worse. He used the third sister's money to flirt with other women outside. After being discovered by the third sister, the 2 older brothers-in-law beat the man up and the marriage ended. Since then, the third sister has been disappointed by men and has not looked for one again until now. If anyone introduces one to her, she gets angry. The third sister's full name is Li Yanli. She is the third child in the family and has 2 older brothers. People on the street call her third sister. She is very successful in the underworld, one reason being that she is good at dealing with people, and another reason being that her 2 brothers are both well-known figures in the underworld with wide connections. She is a miserable child. My parents were educated people, but more than 10 years ago, they couldn't survive the days of being stuck in the cowshed. Unable to bear the humiliation, the mother jumped into the river and committed suicide. The father was too sad to bear the humiliation and followed her. Fortunately, she and her 2 brothers were all adults at that time. She was 18 years old, the eldest brother was 24 years old, and the second brother was 21 years old. What happened to their parents became a turning point in the fate of the 3 siblings. The 3 siblings are all capable people. With the help of their parents' connections, they took advantage of the reform and opening up policy and developed themselves in the dock town, gradually coming to where they are today. A few years ago, her 2 brothers went to the provincial capital, and she chose to stay in the small town. Now she is running a legitimate business in the local town and she doesn't get involved in any bad business. But she doesn't cause trouble, but she is not afraid of trouble either. Everyone in the town knew about her family's situation, and no one dared to mess with her. Especially her 2 brothers, I heard that they are now doing very well in the provincial capital. Compared with Li Yanli, my sister-in-law is just an honest farm wife. The third sister spoke and she listened. Sister-in-law, what's going on in your family? I've only known Xiaowu for 2 days, and I haven't heard him talk about your family yet. Although Hu Shujuan is a housewife, she knows a lot. Xiaowu didn't tell her about family matters, so Hu Shujuan naturally wouldn't tell her much either. Smiled. We are just a family of minors. We can't compare with my third sister's family. Li Yanli sighed. Alas, I actually envy families like yours who live a stable life. I have always wanted to live a peaceful life like yours, but as you can see, I am afraid that I don't have much chance in my situation. After saying that, he shook his head helplessly. Don't say that. You're still young and rich. You can find anything you want in the future. Hu Xiujuan comforted her. The third sister smiled. Is Xiao Wu married? He's not young anymore, right? I asked Hu Xiujuan casually. Hu Xiujuan's heart skipped a beat. What's the meaning? Don't set your sights on our Xiao Wu. He has a partner, and his family is arranging it. Hu Xiujuan quickly told a lie. I thought to myself that my fourth and fifth sisters at home are fighting for him, so I can't let him get away with anything. Even if the fourth and fifth sisters didn't make it with him, the third and second sisters, at worst I would keep them for myself and couldn't give them to you. You are a person who has been divorced twice. Please stop bringing trouble to our family, no matter how rich you are. Li Yanli smiled faintly. I guess so. He's so handsome, talented, and good at dealing with people. He should have found a partner a long time ago. When he gets married, he can invite me to the wedding. I'll give them a big red envelope. How embarrassing. He's counting on you for food, but he can't ask you to give him a red envelope for his wedding. Just go to the wedding banquet when the time comes. Hu Xiujuan smiled. Li Yanli also laughed. It's not like he's counting on me for food. Now I'm counting on him. He came to save the day. We performed all night yesterday and became famous in the town. Tonight will definitely be hot as well. My third sister's pub has always had good business. Now we have a talented singer like Wang Wu who can sing popular songs from Hong Kong and Taiwan. They are a powerful combination. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, their work at the pub was finished and several people came to report their work to the third sister. Let us not talk about the income from alcohol and beverages, let us just talk about Wang Wu himself. Tonight's basic salary is 20 yuan, plus the income from 140 songs, which means I earned 20 yuan more than last night. The three guys in the band were grinning so hard that their mouths were almost crooked. Wang Wu is a cash cow. His buddies follow him to get rich. His sister-in-law came today, so it was not convenient to drag Wang Wu out for a drink, so they had to do it another day. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan finally believed that Wang Wu made money by singing. I met my third sister, Li Yanli, again and discovered that she was not the frivolous woman she was rumored to be, so I let down my guard. The uncle and his sister-in-law said goodbye to my third sister and went back to their hotel together. When I entered the hotel, I saw such a small room with very simple furnishings, just a bed and a table. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan looked very distressed. You live here? Just make do with it tonight. Being away from home is definitely not as good as being at home. The bed has not been made yet, and Wang Wu hurried to tidy up the quilt. He didn't know that his sister-in-law was coming over today, otherwise he would have tidied it long ago. Men, as you know, don't care about details and live a bit sloppy. Hey. My sister-in-law has watched him grow up since he was 16 years old and knows his living habits. Go over and take the work from his hands. Let me do it. You can't even make the quilt properly. You need to find a wife as soon as possible, otherwise the whole house will smell like a bachelor. Wang Wu curled his lips bitterly. What does being single smell like? That's the smell of your house. Sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan rolled her eyes at him. Wang Wu said aggrievedly, this is only my second night here. Even if there is, it was left by someone else. Okay, you're quite talkative. I talked a lot with my third sister today. If you want her help, she should be able to do it. Her two brothers are doing well in the provincial capital. The sister-in-law continued working and chatted with Wang Wu. You didn't tell her about our family affairs, did you? Wang Wu asked. No, my sister-in-law knows what's important. I won't cause you any trouble. You can handle this matter on your own. Aha. Wang Wu nodded and thought about the plan in his mind. This bed is a little small. Do you like to make noises when you sleep? After the bed was made, Hu Xiujuan felt a little worried as she looked at the bed that could only accommodate one person. This isn't enough for two people. Wang Wu is a child who likes to make noises in bed when he sleeps. Several times I tried to call him to get up, but I only saw him lying on the floor. When Wanwu heard what Hu Shujuan said, his heart started pounding. She means two of us sharing a bed tonight. I'll go back and sleep inside. Then you'll push me out of the bed. Otherwise, I'll just sleep on the floor. Wanwu said, a little disappointed. Why sleep on the floor? Look at this room, the floor is not level, how can you sleep on it? It will hurt you to death. Just make do with this for one night. Hu Shujuan said pamperingly to him. Always treat him as a child. Wanwu nodded repeatedly. Chapter 0018, checking the manuscript. Sister-in-law Hu Shujuan made the bed and glanced around the room. No bucket. Wanwu nodded. Where's the basin? I can borrow it from the landlord. Wanwu grinned. This is how men live their lives, just make do with what you can. If you are a woman, you have to prepare all your daily necessities on the first day of your stay. What about taking a shower? Sister-in-law Hu Shujuan asked again. It is May now. Although it is not very hot in the morning and evening, the temperature at noon is still very high. Sister-in-law Hu Shujuan followed the women from the mine and walked all the way here in the afternoon. My body and feet are all sweaty. If I don't rinse, I always feel uncomfortable when sleeping at night. Women like cleanliness. At least wipe yourself off. There is a place to get water in the yard, but we don't have a basin or a towel. Wanwu scratched his head and grinned foolishly. It was his second day there and he hadn't prepared anything. A borrowed basin can be used to wash feet, but it is not suitable for taking a bath, and towels will not be lent out. You kid, you don't prepare anything. Okay, go borrow a basin and wash your feet for the night. I'll bring you the rest tomorrow. Sister-in-law Hu Shujuan pointed at him. Aha! Wanwu ran to borrow a wooden basin and fetched some water. There is a thermos in the room. You can go to the boiler room to get hot water. It costs only 1 cent a kettle. It's not a problem. Came back with the basin. Sister-in-law Hu Shujuan took off her shoes and socks and threw them aside. After washing her feet, she fetched a basin of water to wash them, and then hung them on the window. They would dry overnight. Wanwu looked at his sister-in-law's feet after she took off her shoes and socks. They were so white. There are 2 sock marks on the ankles. These little feet. What are you looking at? Come and take a shower together. Hu Shujuan saw the silly boy standing there in a daze and called out to him. Don't be so rude, kid. I have to set some rules for you. You are a grown-up boy now, so stop being so sloppy. You are about to get married, so come here quickly. Okay, sister-in-law, I'll listen to you. That's more like it. Sister-in-law Hu Shujuan was very happy to see that he was so obedient. Young guys are easy to deal with. This child is also pitiful. He has been without parents since childhood. He eats and lives with this family and no one cares about him. After coming to the Manshan mine for a few years, his sisters-in-law took more care of him and never let him suffer any setbacks in terms of food and clothing. It's this little habit of life that needs to be slowly corrected in the future. Wanwu brought a small stool, sat down opposite his sister-in-law, took off his shoes and socks, and put his feet in the wooden basin. The water temperature is just right, and the blood flows along the soles of the feet and through the blood vessels. Soaking your feet can relieve fatigue and is really comfortable. This wooden basin is small, and to put both feet in it, the big feet have to be stacked on top of the small feet. His elder sister-in-law, Hu Shujuan, treated him like a child and even rubbed him with her feet. So tender. Putting their feet together can better show the whiteness of Hu Shujuan's skin. From now on, come back every day, no matter how late it is, wash your feet, got it? The sister-in-law spoke to him as if she was educating a child. Aha! You still have to find a wife as soon as possible. When I first came here, your eldest brother lived a messier life than you. After I took care of him for a while, he also started to like cleanliness. When he got back to their house, his sister-in-law kept talking to him about getting a wife. I said a few words to him before, but he didn't take it seriously. He felt strange when it was mentioned again and again. Sister-in-law, you guys are not arranging a wife for me again, are you? I don't have that intention right now. What's important for a man is his career. If he has a career, he has everything. If he doesn't make a name for himself, even if he marries a wife, she will be supported by others. Wenwu said bluntly. The sister-in-law's heart skipped a beat. The fourth and fifth sisters at home are waiting to marry him. He can't be careless. The two are not young this year. The fourth sister Xu Xiaozue is 27 years old, and the fifth sister Yang Caixia is 26 years old. He is almost 30 years old. If he lives a few more years, all his efforts will be wasted. Besides, he is not young anymore, he is 22 years old this year. Now there is a third sister who hangs around in front of him all day long. That third sister looks very good, and who knows, she might make him dizzy one day. What nonsense are you talking about? Men should get married when they are old enough, and women should get married when they are old enough. Wait for this period of time, and take care of the family affairs. Don't procrastinate anymore and think about marriage carefully. It's better not to mention the matter of his fourth and fifth sisters-in-law to him for now. If he refuses outright, it will be difficult to bring it up again in the future. Take your time with this. Wenwu saw that his sister-in-law was serious and did not dare to talk back. He replied, "We'll see when the time comes." They have both finished washing and don't have towels, so they shake off the water and let them dry for a while. Pour out the water later and get another basin. I'll wash my socks. They'll be dry overnight so I can wear them tomorrow. Knowing that he didn't bring any change of clothes, I told him about it. Yes, sister-in-law, you go to bed first, I have something to do. Hu Xiujuan looked at him suspiciously. Go to third sister's place. Why would I go to her place? I'm not going anywhere. I'm just staying in the house. See the pen and paper on my desk. I'm writing a novel now and submitting it to a newspaper. If it's accepted, it will be a big deal. I can earn dozens of dollars per 1,000 words. Then I won't have to go to the bar to sing. I can make a lot of money by writing at home. Wenwu explained with a smile. Aren't you just in elementary school? Can you write a novel? Hu Xiujuan looked at Wenwu in front of her and felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Why has he changed so much? He sings and writes novels. It has nothing to do with what grade you are in. Writing a novel is about telling a story. You can write it if you know a few words. I will submit it first and try my luck. Okay, just do your thing, it's always a good thing. If it really works, it's better than singing in a pub, which doesn't seem like a serious place. Aha! She went over to pour out the foot washing water and fetched some more water. The sister-in-law washed the socks for the two of them, hung them by the window to dry, and then went to bed. In May, I wear less, just one piece of clothing and a coat on the outside. Tonight, the two of us were squeezed into one bed, so we had to take off our coats and sleep in our clothes. It's not comfortable, but we have to make do with it. Wenwu sat down at the table and began to check the manuscript. He has already written 2,000 words. He will proofread them and then copy the 2,000 words neatly and send them out early tomorrow morning. I came back late to begin with, and when I finished all the work, I looked at the wall clock and it was already 11 o'clock. My sister-in-law, Hu Xiujuan, had already fallen asleep and was snoring softly. Wenwu was also very tired, so he stood up and stretched his muscles. It made a crunching sound, and he felt very comfortable. He yawned, turned off the light tiredly, and went to sleep. He lay down at the other end, sleeping with his head next to Hu Xiujuan's feet. As soon as he lay down, Hu Xiujuan kicked him in a daze. This kick was in the wrong place. Why did you sleep over there? Hu Xiujuan asked incoherently and sleepily. Wang Wuxin thought, what else? Come and sleep. He kicked him again. Here it comes. Here it comes. Wenwu had a strong desire to survive and quickly crawled over. A few more kicks and they can be called sisters. Hu Xiujuan hugged him. Why are you back so late? Is there much work in the mine? Have you eaten? I'll tell the mine manager not to work the night shift all the time. My children and I are worried. Is Hu Xiujuan suffering from hysteria? Do you think of him as your big brother? Go to bed. You have to go to work tomorrow. Why are you sleeping with your clothes on? Oh, me too. As she spoke, she began to unbutton her clothes. No wonder you don't sleep well, it's like carrying a water bag, you took it off too. Then he pulled Wenwu's clothes. Wenwu's heart was pounding. Fortunately, my throat is thin. If it were thick, it would have jumped out by now. This day, everything happened beyond his expectations. Chapter 0019, the results will be revealed in a few days. Xiao Wu, get up, it's already 8 o'clock. Hu Xiujuan pushed Wen Wu and shouted. Well, I'll get up right away. Wen Wu replied sleepily. I opened my eyes and saw Hu Xiujuan standing at the head of the bed. His hair had been combed, so it looked like he had gotten up early. The sunlight poured into the room through the window and shone on Wen Wu's face. Wen Wu, who had just woken up, felt it was very dazzling and stretched out his hand to block his eyes. It's getting late. In the countryside, it's like sleeping until the sun shines on your butt. Wen Wu slept late last night and worked overtime for inexplicable reasons. He didn't know what time he fell asleep. When Hu Xiujuan saw Wen Wu looking at her, she felt a little shy and avoided his gaze. Xiao Wu. He murmured to Wen Wu. I was dreaming yesterday. Don't tell anyone when you go back. Just pretend it never happened. Hu Xiujuan whispered, her tone full of guilt. Big. Also, from now on, just call me Sister Xiujuan. The others at home call me that too. I will tell them. Hu Xiujuan always felt that after what happened last night, she felt uncomfortable hearing him call her that again as he did before. She is still old tradition. Okay, calling me sister makes us feel closer. We are family, so I'll call you that from now on. Wen Wu laughed. He had already put on his clothes and got out of bed. Hu Xiujuan handed him the socks. I washed his socks last night as soon as I took them off, and hung them on the windowsill to dry overnight. Everything is good when you have a woman taking care of you. I'll get some water so we can wash up. Wen Wu put on his shoes and socks and was about to go out with the thermos. Xiao Wu, leave it alone for now. I want to talk to you. What happened last night is a thorn in the side. If Hu Xiujuan doesn't explain it clearly, she will not be able to forgive herself. Wen Wu is not a coward, and he is not someone who would not dare to admit what he has done. Seeing Hu Xiujuan in trouble, he felt uncomfortable too. Sister Xiujuan, last night I admitted. Please sit down first. Before he could finish, Hu Xiujuan interrupted him again and urged him. Wen Wu had no choice but to put down the thermos and sit next to her. Xiao Wu, I was confused last night. How could I mistake you for? As she spoke, she wiped away her tears, feeling full of self-blame. Wen Wu felt very upset and wiped her tears. I don't blame you. Just blame me, Xiao Wu. You don't know that we were discussing at home yesterday afternoon about marrying your sister Xiaocui and sister Caixia to you, but I took the first step. Hu Xiujuan said with self-blame and shame. Wen Wu was confused. What's going on? Only arrange two for him. He wants it all. No. What did they discuss at home? How come Sister Xiaocui and Sister Caixia are both his? Sister Xiujuan, why am I confused? Hu Xiujuan waved her hand. I'll tell you slowly. Since we've already. I'll tell you everything. We discussed it at home yesterday afternoon. We thought we could choose one of your sisters-in-law to start a family. There are many cases where the younger brother succeeds the elder brother. After much discussion, we felt that Xiaocui and Caixia would be suitable. We asked them for their opinions, and they both agreed. Hearing this, Wen Wu was delighted. I didn't expect that I was so favored. Both Sister Xiaocui and Sister Caixia liked him. His back straightened up immediately. I was just worrying about how to arrange for them. Then a few women from our mine came and said they wanted to go to town to sell yams. Your sister Xiaolan asked me to come along because she was worried that something was wrong with you and your third sister. So she asked me to come and take a look, so I came. Hu Xiujuan told the truth. Wen Wu curled his lips. Sister Xiujuan, you and my third sister saw it, but nothing happened. It's okay now, but who knows what will happen in the future. We were fine before, too. Oh. That's their way to talk. Xiao Wu, just forget about what happened last night. We can discuss it when we get back. We can choose between your sister Xiaocui and Sister Caixia. Which one do you like? Hu Xiujuan thought for a while and said to Wang Wudao. What is he being picky about? Is Wen Wu such a picky eater? Only children would pick it. Being picky about food and never feeling full is a truth that Wen Wu has understood since childhood. How could he not understand it? No, Sister Shujuan, if I pull up my pants and refuse to recognize you, what kind of man would I be? How can I forget this? I can't forget it. Yes, how can I forget? I have to continue. Who did you learn this from? Hu Shujuan said a little shyly. Wenwu smiled foolishly and scratched his head. It's a rough statement, but the truth is there. That's what I mean. Hu Shujuan looked at Wenwu. This is a kind and loyal child, she was not wrong about him. If it was just her, she would definitely follow the child no matter what. Even if he finds another one later, she will accept it. But the situation is different now, there are still 4 children at home. Moreover, I am a little disappointed with this kid. He was in his prime, and I was 10 years older than him. Although I advocate freedom of marriage and age is not a problem, I always feel sorry for this child. She has 2 children, the oldest is 12 years old. The child in front of me has never even held a girl's hand. Isn't this just an old cow eating young grass? Moreover, if the sisters in the family knew about this, not to mention the attitudes of the second sister Xiaolan and the third sister Chunhong, the fourth sister Xiaocui and the fifth sister Caixia would definitely hate her to death. Xiao Wu should have been theirs. After careful consideration, Hu Shujuan sighed heavily. No, we can't admit this, otherwise I can't stay in this house anymore. Child, I'm sorry for you, you can blame me, I admit it, but can you go home and not mention this? Don't mention it again. Hu Shujuan looked at Wenwu, her eyes full of pleading and guilt. Wenwu felt very distressed when seeing this. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you, and I won't deny what I did. I will take responsibility and handle this matter well. His eyes were firm, and his words sounded more like a promise. Hu Shujuan couldn't hold back any longer, and threw herself into Wenwu's arms and started crying, her shoulders rising and falling with her sobs. Wenwu hugged her lovingly, stroked her back and comforted her. Sister Shujuan, I'm grown up now. Don't treat me like a child anymore. I can take on the responsibility of taking care of this family and children. Please believe me. Yeah, I believe you. After what happened last night, Hu Shujuan believed what he said. He has indeed grown up. Whether it's you or Sister Xiaolan at home, I will take good care of you. Don't talk about picking anyone. We are family. Wenwu continued to comfort him. After hearing Wenwu's words, Hu Shujuan felt much more at ease and got out of Wenwu's arms. Tears wet her face, making her fair face blush. Wenwu wiped her tears, and she emotionally held Wenwu's hand. I really dreamed last night. He explained again guiltily. I know. Wenwu thought to himself, Sister Shujuan, there is no need to feel guilty. You are dreaming, but I am awake. But this challenge is the weak point. Couldn't stand it. I'll go get some water, let's wash up, wash your face thoroughly, otherwise if the sisters at home see you crying, they will think I'm disobedient. Wenwu laughed. It also made Hu Shujuan laugh. Nodded. Aha! After fetching some water to wash up, the two prepared to go back. The manuscript of the novel was proofread last night, and I also made a neat copy and put everything away. I'll go to the post office in town later, buy an envelope, put a stamp on it and send it out. Include the submission address as well. Let's go. Wenwu said to Hu Shujuan. Aha! No matter how strong a woman is, she has a soft heart and hopes to have a reliable shoulder. At this time, Hu Shujuan no longer treated Wenwu as a child as before. Instead, I became dependent on him. With this tall figure, following him makes me feel happy and safe. Hu Shujuan followed Wenwu closely like a girl. The rickshaw was parked in the hotel compound. Most of the people who stay here are workers working at the docks. Wenwu got up late, and by now all the workers had gone to work. There was only Wenwu's rickshaw parked alone in the yard. There were still few rickshaws these days, and one cost more than 200 yuan, so only people with good conditions could afford it. Wenwu's family only bought this one, and whoever needs to go out can ride it. He went over, opened the bike chain, wrapped the chain around the handlebars, tidied it up, and pushed it out. Let us find a place to eat first. There is no shortage of food in the town, and there are small vendors everywhere. They are neither northern nor southern, and they don't differentiate between rice and flour in terms of diet. Instead, they eat both. Take the rice dumplings, a local specialty snack, for example. They are rice wrapped in dough, a bit like siumai, but different from siumai in that they are not open but fried. In addition, they eat spicy soup dumplings and fried dough sticks here. They eat both rice and noodles, and sometimes put rice in the noodles. After breakfast, the two went to the town post office and bought envelopes and stamps. Wang Wu borrowed a pen and glue from the counter, filled in the address, put the stamp on, sealed it, and put it into the delivery box. Whether or not the manuscript will be accepted will be clear in a few days. Chapter 0020. The more I think about it, the more I feel worried. Mineshan Mine. Mine manager Liu Liangcai and his family had just finished cleaning up after breakfast. Liu Liangcai was sitting at the door of the main room, smoking a pipe. The dog in the yard started barking, woof woof woof, a stranger was coming. Liu Liangcai looked up and his expression suddenly became serious. What are you two doing here? Didn't I tell you not to come to my house? There were two young guys, both in their early 20s. Uncle Liu, we waited for you in the mining area for a long time but couldn't find you, so we came to your house. I have something important to tell you, about Wang Wu. The young man lowered his voice when he said this. Liu Liangcai raised his eyebrows. No one saw you when you came here, right? Asked warily. The two shook their heads. Don't worry, we were very careful along the way, and no one saw us. Let's talk inside. Aha! Liu Liangcai led the two men into the side room and closed the door, being very cautious. Go ahead. Uncle Liu, there is a problem. There is definitely a problem. Liu Liangcai wanted to beat someone up. Who is having a problem? Speak calmly, stop breathing heavily, what's going on? We followed Wang Wu all the way yesterday and found that he was working as a singer in the bar of the third sister. His eldest sister-in-law also came over. The two of them talked and laughed with the third sister. In the end, the third sister enthusiastically took his eldest sister-in-law to the back to entertain her. It looked like they were relatives. Uncle Liu, you have to think of a solution. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. The two guys hurriedly reported to Liu Liangcai. Liu Liangcai looked confused. I've never heard of any relatives of their family to my third sister. Didn't they come here from a foreign land to escape famine a few years ago? We don't know for sure, but this is what we saw yesterday. Liu Liangcai pinched his chin and thought for a moment, then pursed his lips and nodded. Okay, I got it. You guys continue to follow him and report any new situations immediately. Don't come home again. Let's meet at the mine. Yeah, next time for sure. Go back, and be careful when you go out. Aha! The two guys went out. Liu Liangcai paced the room alone, feeling upset. Why didn't I realize before that Wang Wu was so capable of doing so much? His brothers are eloquent, but this child has always given everyone the impression of being an honest person. After the mining accident, no one took him seriously, thinking that he could be scared off with just a few words. He was even more worried about those women causing trouble than he was about Wang Wu. Who would have thought that he was now in touch with the third sister, and judging from the situation, he had a pretty good relationship with her. Even his sister-in-law went there. Also, this kid asked him for a leave note, saying he was going to do some work, but ended up working in a pub in town. Isn't this just making fun of people? Okay, in that case, don't be afraid of offending him. Go to his house now to find him. Either he quits his job and comes back to work, otherwise the mine will fire him. Having made up his mind, he walked out of the house and went to Wang Wu's house. At this moment, Wang Wu and Hu Xiujuan are still on the road and have not yet reached home. Only the four sisters-in-law were at home. The children all went to school today, and the four sisters-in-law were sitting together in the yard doing needlework. His sister-in-law is busy. Liu Liangcai came with resentment, and didn't care whether it was appropriate for him to come to a house without a man, and walked straight into the yard. Several sisters-in-law looked up and saw that it was him, and they did not hide the disgust on their faces. What are you doing here? Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan asked coldly. My eldest sister-in-law is not at home. She is the oldest sister in the family and has to take the lead. Liu Liangcai took a look and saw that only 4 of his 5 sisters-in-law were in the yard. Where's your sister-in-law? None of your business, what do you want? Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong said bluntly. Liu Liangcai chuckled. It must be Wang Wu and his sister-in-law, who haven't returned from town yet. I came here to look for Wang Wu. Is he back yet? If you have anything to say, tell us the same thing. Fourth sister-in-law Shu Xiaotsue said lightly. Fifth sister-in-law Yang Caixia also echoed. Yes, just tell me if you have anything to say. That's fine. Wang Wu approved a month's leave from me 2 days ago, saying that he was going out to do some work and relax. I felt sorry for you because of the incident in your family, so I approved the leave. Who knew that he went to work in the town? Is that true? This is not in compliance with the town's regulations. Liu Liangcai raised an army to question the culprit. Zhao Xiaolan, the second sister-in-law, became furious when she heard what he said, especially the part about poor you. I want you to have pity on us? You are the one who caused us to have pity, you bastard. Zhao Xiaolan threw away their work in her hands, stood up, put her hands on her hips and started cursing. When the three sisters saw that their second sister-in-law was angry, they also stood up. Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong even held the scissors in her hand. Fourth sister-in-law Shu Xiaotsue and fifth sister-in-law Yang Caixia also rolled up their sleeves. If this bitch dares to say anything unpleasant again, they will tear him to pieces. Seeing this, Liu Liangcai took a few steps back. He just doesn't like dealing with these women. He didn't say anything when he came over. Everything he said was reasonable and well-founded, but they were going to fall out with him. Otherwise, how could he have asked his wife to come last time? Don't be angry, I didn't say anything. Get lost, our Xiaowu is not at home, let's talk about this after he comes back. Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan said angrily with spit flying everywhere. Okay, let's talk about it when you come back. Then when Xiaowu comes back, you have to let him know, otherwise I will come over again. The sisters-in-law ignored him, and he said nothing more and turned away. After leaving the yard, he muttered to himself with a lot of resentment. You bitches, if it wasn't for the bad influence caused by the broad daylight, I would have slapped you in the face. It's just a few dead men, there's no end to it. My patience is limited. If you keep showing off, I'll make that man the only one left in your family go find his brother. You really don't know your own weight. Let's get some men over someday and let you guys yell. Damn, these outsiders really take themselves seriously. Oh, don't you have eyes when you ride a bike? As he was muttering to himself, a rickshaw came crashing into him, hitting him right in the thigh. When I looked up, it was none other than Wang Wu. His sister-in-law Hu Shujuan followed him. As soon as Wang Wu entered the alley, he saw this bastard coming out of his yard, looking back every few steps and muttering to the gate. Although I couldn't hear what he said, I knew from his expression that it was not good. Most of the time, he was talking dirty to his sisters-in-law. He became furious and asked Sister Shujuan to get out of the back seat. He then accelerated and rammed into her. This collision almost made his wife a widow. How could sister-in-law Hu Shujuan be willing to hear him scolding Wang Wu? Is the road yours? You occupy most of the road, walk without paying attention, and yet you criticize others. Okay, I admit my bad luck and won't argue with you. Wang Wu, I was just about to look for you. You approved my leave note, saying you were going out to relax and do some work, but you ended up working in a tavern in town. This is not in compliance with the regulations. Liu Liangcai rubbed his thighs and then spoke angrily to Wang Wu. Wang Wu sneered. Then may I ask, mine manager, which regulation did you comply with by sending someone to follow me? Or did your superiors tell you to do this? Liu Liangcai's heart skipped a beat. Was he discovered? This cannot be admitted. He twisted his neck and said with a stiff face, who sent someone to follow you? What evidence do you have? Then how did you know I was working at the tavern in town? Someone in our mine saw it. Liu Liangcai continued stubbornly. Oh, really? Then who saw it? Wang Wu said calmly. At this moment, several sisters-in-law in the yard heard the quarrel outside the gate and came out. Seeing that it was his sister-in-law and Wang Wu arguing with Liu Liangcai, he hurried over. Sister-in-law, Xiao Wu, you are back. This Liu just came out of our house. Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan said angrily. As he said this, he rolled his eyes at Liu Liangcai. I can't talk to you. I'm here to see Wang Wu. Wang Wu, don't worry about who saw it. Anyway, you're working in the town tavern, which is not in compliance with the regulations. Do you agree with this? Liu Liangcai was a little afraid of Wang Wu's sisters-in-law, fearing that they would keep nagging. He was already at his age, so how could he not know that quarreling with women was not good? Just staring at Wan Wu and saying. Wan Wu smiled faintly. Do you really take yourself seriously? I won't go back to work in the mine even if you beg me to. Who cares about your rules? Liu Liangcai was stunned for a moment and snorted. I thought to myself, you are a young man after all, and you think you have found a good job in the tavern and look down on the work in the mine. You will regret it one day. Well, since you said so, there's nothing more to say. I'll just remove you from the mine. Whatever you want. Also, let me remind you, don't bother my sisters-in-law when I'm not at home. If I find out next time, I won't be as polite as I was today. Liu Liangcai smiled bitterly. How are you being polite today? Also, even if you are rude, so what? He tried his best to remain restrained and nodded. I see. I didn't know you hadn't come back today. Wan Wu, did you know the third sister in town before? Liu Liangcai asked with his eyes rolling. No comment, please go back. Wan Wu didn't waste any more time talking to him. After saying this, he went back to the courtyard with several sisters-in-law. When his sisters-in-law passed by Liu Liangcai, they all looked at him with contempt. Liu Liangcai was so angry that his teeth were itching and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Damn it, are you going to break up with me today? Fine, I'll let you have a taste of what happens when you go against me. You're not working in the mines anymore, so just wait for me. After saying that, he left angrily. Wan Wu returned to the yard without stopping. He immediately said to his sisters-in-law, you stay at home, I will go to town again. The time is right. Didn't you just come back? Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan said with a puzzled look on her face. Yeah, is there something you forgot to do? Let's go after lunch. Third sister-in-law Liu Chunhong also followed suit. Wan Wu waved his hand. It's too late. Liu Liangcai is about to attack us. I have been waiting for this opportunity. Sisters, my brother's revenge can be avenged in the next 2 days. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, he rode out again on his rickshaw. Several sisters-in-law chased out of the door, but Wan Wu was riding so fast that he was already more than 10 meters away. Hey, did he just call us sister? Fourth sister-in-law Xu Xiaocui, thinking back to what she had just said, realized this. It's quite a surprise that calling her sister is more intimate than calling her sister-in-law. The elder sister-in-law Hu Xiujuan, who was standing by, blushed suddenly. I asked him to change his way of speaking. From now on, just call us like this. Let's call each other sisters from now on. The sisters didn't think much about it, they were just like real sisters. Yes, big sister. Yang Caixia said with a smile. What did Xiao Wu mean by that? He said that Liu Liangcai was going to attack us? He was going to harm us. Second sister-in-law Zhao Xiaolan, thinking back to Wan Wu's words, became more and more worried. Chapter 0021 I'll do this. Needless to say, Wan Wu hurried back to Mangshan town to find his third sister. Coincidentally, the third sister was also looking for him. After a lot of effort, I finally found out which hotel he was staying at. But when I got there and asked the hotel owner, I found out that he had left early in the morning. Probably going back to his hometown. The third sister knew that Wan Wu lived in Mangshan mine and was hesitating whether to go to Mangshan mine to find him, when Wan Wu came back. Third sister, I didn't find you at the tavern. I heard you were looking for me too, right? Wan Wu got off the bike. He was a little tired from riding all the way and was panting a little. The third sister Li Yanli was very happy to see him coming. Come back to the tavern with me. A big boss wants to see you. You have to do your best to make me proud this time. Third sister, I'm afraid I can't go with you. Something happened at home. Wan Wu said with a frustrated look on his face. Third sister Li Yanli and several people who were accompanying her were stunned. Sister Wu, who was with Li Yanli before, was also there. Brother, what happened at home? Sister Wu asked. Wan Wu sighed deeply. Alas, Sister Wu, third sister, I and my sisters-in-law have a miserable life. We have been bullied terribly. Today we must find a way to escape. They want to kill us. Li Yanli was surprised and looked at Sister Wu. Then he turned to Wan Wu and said, Tell me quickly, what's going on? Wan Wu waved his hand. This is my family's business. It's useless to tell my sisters. That man is a local tyrant in our area. He has a lot of power and influence. I can't afford to offend him. I can only hide. Third sister, I came to say goodbye to you. Thank you for taking care of me these 2 days. We'll meet again if we're lucky. I have to go home and pack up. My sisters-in-law are waiting for me. After saying that, he pretended to push the cart and was in a hurry to leave. Lee Yanli took 2 quick steps and grabbed the handlebars of his bike. Kid, just tell me what you are told to tell. I want to see where this local tyrant comes from. Yes, brother, I have something to tell your third sister. This piece of land is so precious that no one can resist giving face to the third sister. Sister Wu also came forward and said. Wan Wu is the third sister's cash cow. She finally found a treasure and has not yet started to make a fortune. How can she bear to let him go? Doesn't this mean cutting off her source of income? As the old saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents, an irreconcilable feud. Wan Wu was secretly happy. With his third sister's attitude, this matter would be easier to handle. There is no need for the third sister to even take action, she just needs to act as a middleman for him. He has his own way to deal with Liu Liangcai. This bastard has been doing evil for half his life, it's time for him to pay with blood. Although I thought this in my heart, I had to appear embarrassed on the surface. He looked like he wouldn't ask for help unless he had no other choice. Take a deep sigh. Alas, I don't want to trouble you sisters, but our family is really being bullied. A desperate dog will jump over the wall, let alone us. Don't worry, tell me what's going on. Li Yanli comforted him. Wan Wu nodded. Then I'll tell you. Speak now. Wan Wu told his third sister Li Yanli and sister Wu about his brother's mining accident. It also tells the story of how the mine manager Liu Liangcai colluded with the town police station to suppress the mine accident, concealed the facts, and wanted to close the case by claiming that the miners themselves operated in an improper manner. He also used threats and inducements to get them to sign. Of course, he also talked about how the mine manager Liu Liangcai came to their house to see him today. Of course, I am exaggerating. He also told Li Yanli and sister Wu about his concerns that the mine manager would retaliate against his family. Third sister Li Yanli and sister Wu, as well as the people around them, were all filled with indignation after hearing the story. This is too bullying. It's like shitting on someone's neck. Alas, people bully people, and they bully the dead. This is a way to not give you any chance to survive. The few people who came with the third sister were now talking one after another, expressing their inner anger. You see, even these gangsters were furious at the behavior of Liu Liangcai and his group. This shows how cruel these people are. Third sister, Liu Liangcai has done such wicked things more than once. 2 years ago, someone in our mine had an accident, and he colluded with the police station to suppress it. The woman didn't even make a fuss before she was raped by a few hooligans climbing over the wall the next night. The woman couldn't stay in the mine anymore, so she had to leave with her 2 children. I don't know how she lived afterwards. Wan Wu continued to talk to his third sister Li Yanli, digging up Liu Liangcai's old accounts. The people around him burst into angry curses again. This bastard is so wicked that he is smoking. It's not a good thing for a woman to have 2 children these days. You only know how to bully other people's young wives. What kind of ability is that? Make sure to give this bastard some peanuts. Unlike those people who were full of anger, the third sister at this moment, although her facial muscles were twitching, she remained calm. She is thinking of countermeasures. Seeing this, Wan Wu did not disturb her and waited for her to speak. After a while, Li Yanli breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she knew what to do. Xiao Wu, I want to settle this matter for you, can you stay? Third sister, I have 5 sisters-in-law and 8 children at home, and we don't want to leave. It's not easy to get to know you. If you can give me a meal, I would love to work for you. Wan Wu expressed his opinion. Li Yanli nodded. You don't have to say that. I need you too. Okay, I'll take care of it. Liu Liangcai wants to take revenge on your family today, right? Ask Wan Wu Dao. I'm not sure. Judging from the way he went to my house today, he seemed to want to break up with me. Wan Wu replied. The town police station is colluding with the mine, right? The third sister asked again. Yes, I guarantee it. Li Yanli looked at Sister Wu. This is asking for her opinion. Sister Wu said, if there are people from the police station, let us find someone from the county. Sister Wu, can you do it? Leave it to me, Xiao Wu. Just follow third sister to the tavern. Someone is waiting for you there. I'll go do their work. Sister Wu to Wang Wu Dao. Yes, thank you for your hard work, Sister Wu. I am sorry to have caused you trouble. It's okay, don't worry, adjust your mood, you have to deal with the person who came today, what we do for you is nothing. Sister Wu smiled faintly. The third sister Li Yanli also laughed. Wang Wu nodded and said, don't worry, I will do my best. Li Yanli was very happy and patted his shoulder lightly. Behave well. Then he said to the people around him, keep your mouth shut. No one is allowed to tell anyone what Xiao Wu said. Don't worry, third sister. Then get busy. Xiao Wu, follow me, and you guys follow Sister Wu. Clear. Sister Wu led the group away first, leaving only the third sister and Wang Wu. Let's go. I'll park my car at the hotel. Wang Wu was still pushing the rickshaw. Ride, take me with you. Wang Wu got into the car, and his third sister held his waist and sat sideways in the back seat. Hold on tight. Wang Wu gave a reminder. It would be terrible if I threw her off at the first move. Li Yanli put her arms around his waist. He smiled and said, is this stable enough? Wang Wu's heart was pounding. The third sister really has the demeanor of a big sister and does things so freely and generously. Stable. He pedaled hard and set off. Seeing how serious he was, the third sister didn't even dare to turn her head, and she liked this young man who had just entered society. Intentionally teasing him, my hand slid down his belly. Third sister. Wang Wu shouted nervously. Har 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 har, sorry, my hand slipped, har har har. The third sister smiled generously and moved her hand upwards. Wang Wu. I heard from your sister-in-law that you have a partner. On their way, the third sister chatted with him casually. Wang Wu knew that this was a lie made up by his eldest sister-in-law because she was afraid that his third sister would do something to him. Early this morning at their hotel, the eldest sister-in-law expressed her concerns about the third sister. Naturally, he agreed with his sister-in-law and couldn't go and sabotage her. Yes, someone else introduced it to me. You are quite interesting, you have 5 single sisters-in-law at home, why don't you want to find one from your family? I think your eldest sister-in-law is quite young and pretty, those sisters-in-law must be prettier. The third sister teased him again. Wang Wu just laughed foolishly and didn't know how to respond. The more he acted like this, the more the third sister wanted to tease him. I was right, weren't I? Have you already had your eyes on the sisters-in-law in your family? No. Har 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 har, you are distracted, but you can't fool me, silly boy. I really like you more and more. Chapter 0022, A New Way of Cooperation. The person waiting to meet Wang Wu in the pub was a big record company boss from the south, also a strong woman in her 40s, and looked about the same age as Sister Wu. But she is much prettier than Sister Wu, and is not inferior to the third sister Li Yanli. She is very tall, with a perfect figure, neither fat nor thin, fair skin, an oval face, and is well maintained. Especially in this era, it is even more precious to be able to maintain her current condition at this age. After the third sister Li Yanli brought Wang Wu in, she hurried to greet her. Sister Xu, this is the mainstay of our tavern, Wang Wu. Wang Wu is also very sensible. I quickly greeted Sister Xu politely. Hello, Sister Xu. Sister Xu was very satisfied when she saw that Wang Wu was tall, handsome, and had a good temperament and image. Smile slightly. Hello, come and sit down. Aha! Wang Wu followed his third sister. The third sister deliberately arranged Wang Wu to sit between the two of them. Wang Wu, Sister Xu is the chairman of our Guanyue Records company. She came to Beijing to meet a friend and passed by us. She heard about you and specially invited you here to talk to you. Li Yanli introduced to Wang Wu. After hearing this, Wang Wu hurriedly thanked Sister Xu humbly. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Xu. What can I do for you? Li Yanli was originally worried that Wang Wu, a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, might say something wrong when he met Sister Xu. After hearing what Wang Wu said, I felt relieved. Unexpectedly, the young man spoke in a very measured manner and seemed very satisfied, with a smile on his face. Sister Xu was also very happy and patted Wang Wu on the shoulder. You're a nice young man. I heard you sing very well. It's okay. I've been performing here for 2 days, and everyone seems to recognize me. Wenwu laughed. Sister Shu nodded. It's like this. I want to take you to the south for development. As you know, it's very close to Hong Kong, Macau and Taiwan, with a big market and good resources. With your good conditions, you must have a bright future there. But my third sister said that you have already signed a contract here, so I thought about renting you over from my third sister, so I called you here to ask for your opinion. Li Yanli looked at Wenwu nervously. She lied about the contract. There was no contract between her and Wenwu. She didn't want to let Wenwu go, but it was difficult to refuse Sister Shu, so she brought Wenwu here and let him make his own decision. She also didn't want to delay this young man. With such good conditions, he would have better development prospects if he followed Sister Shu. If Wenwu is willing to go, let him go. She just collects some rental fees every year, which she considers as a commission for acting as a matchmaker between Wenwu and Sister Shu. There is nothing wrong with that. As a time traveler who had lived 2 lives, Wenwu quickly guessed Li Yanli's thoughts from Sister Shu's words. I am very grateful to Li Yanli, she is a kind and loyal woman. Along the way, no one persuaded me not to leave. For his development prospects, I was willing to give up with reluctance. After all, if Wenwu stayed, she would earn more. After a little thought, Wenwu spoke. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Shu. My sister-in-law and children are all here. I'm afraid it's not convenient for them to travel far away. Don't worry about that. I've talked to my third sister and know your situation. The company will take care of all your daily life. Just focus on developing your career there. Sister Shu said generously. Wenwu smiled slightly apologetically. Sister Shu, I'm so sorry. My sisters-in-law are nostalgic and have lived here for so many years. If they move to the south with me because of me, I will feel very guilty. Sister Shu looked a little unhappy. The third sister on the side was secretly happy. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Wenwu hurriedly said, however, Sister Shu, we can't let you come here for nothing. How about we try another way of cooperation? After these words were spoken, both Sister Shu and the third sister raised their eyebrows. Looking forward to asking, choose a way to cooperate. What ideas do you have? Wenwu smiled slightly. Then he said politely, Sister Shu, you are from a record company, right? Yes, we also cooperate with TV stations. Usually, the company's artists will participate in the recording of cultural programs of major TV stations. Wenwu smiled and nodded. Then let me do the work behind the scenes and write songs for your company, and you can find artists to sing. This way, you can also develop, and my third sister and I can also make money. Do you think this is okay? Sister Shu was very surprised. Can you also compose music? Wenwu smiled and said, I am a country boy, I don't know much about music theory, but I like to hum a few lines every day. Over time, I created some songs. I think I have some talent in this area. The third sister Li Yanli is happier than Sister Shu. This kid is not only handsome and can sing well, but I didn't expect he can also be a creative artist. With such talent, she was even more reluctant to let Sister Shu take it away. I hurriedly followed up and said, Sister Shu, I think this way of cooperation is more suitable for us. Wenwu is worried that his sister-in-law and children are not used to life in the south, so he is afraid to go to the south rashly. It is worth discussing. If he can stay here to create, and you can promote it over there, it will be a good thing for us. Sister Shu smiled and nodded. Indeed, Wenwu, do you have any finished works? Can you sing a few songs for us? Ask Wenwu Dao. Wenwu smiled faintly. Then just say it. In the previous life, there was a group called Phoenix Legend. They debuted in Guangyue in the early 2000s. Their boss has one standard when choosing songs for them, which is that they have to be catchy. No matter how rustic it is, as long as others listen to it once and can hum along, it is a good song. This song selection standard was indeed successful, making them popular across the country for decades. Ms. Shu's record company happens to be in Guangyue, so let us sing a few songs of Phoenix Legend for her. These songs have been proven in the previous life and will definitely be a hit once released. No problem. How about singing Moonlight Over the Lotus Pond for Sister Shu? This song has a relatively graceful melody among Phoenix Legend's many songs, and has won the love of many female fans. Since Sister Shu is a woman, let's use this song to open her heart. Moonlight over the lotus pond. I think I learned it in school. Sister Shu murmured. Indeed, Zhu Ziqing has an essay with the same title, Moonlight over the Lotus Pond. But the lyrics of this song have little to do with the essay. The name is the same, but I made up the lyrics myself. Wan Wu laughed. Sister Shu was full of expectations. Third sister, can I borrow your microphone? Li Yanli brought a microphone to Wan Wu. Wan Wu turned on the microphone and blew lightly to test the sound. I sang it. Aha! Sister Shu and Li Yanli nodded repeatedly, looking at him expectantly. Cut a piece of time flowing slowly, flowing into the moonlight and rippling slightly, playing a song with a faint fragrance of lotus, and the beautiful piano sound falls beside me. The biggest feature of Phoenix Legend-s songs is that they can capture people's hearts as soon as they start singing. After hearing the first few sentences, Sister Shu and Li Yanli couldn't help but tremble in their hearts and get goosebumps on their arms. It sounds nice, the melody is long and graceful, it is captivating and catchy. When Wan Wu sang to the climax, the surprise on their faces had quietly turned into excitement. I am like a fish in your lotus pond, waiting for the bright moonlight with you. After swimming through there for seasons, the lotus flowers are still fragrant, waiting for you in the middle of the water. Chapter 0023 Leave It to Us. Wan Wu sang a cappella and only sang the first half of Ling Hua, omitting Xing Yi's rap. I was just going to sing a short song to demonstrate it to Sister Shu. Let's sing a short song first, Sister Shu, third sister, is that okay? Wan Wu asked with a chuckle. That's great. This song is so well written. Sister Shu stood up excitedly and applauded. The third sister even hugged Wan Wu in her arms. No matter what, she would not let Sister Shu take this big baby away. It sounds good. It sounds very good. Do you have any other finished products? Play another one for Sister Shu. Said to Wan Wu happily. Wan Wu smiled slightly and nodded. Then let's sing Above the Moon again. This song is even more amazing. In the era of ringtones, tens of millions of people were willing to pay to download this song as a ringtone. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a super killer weapon. After the performance of Moonlight over the Lotus Pond, just now, Sister Shu and the third sister Li Yanli now had higher expectations for the next song that Wan Wu was going to sing. Hurry up and do some. Wan Wu made some preparations and started singing. I am looking up, above the moon, how many dreams are flying freely, yesterday is forgotten, the wind has dried the sorrow, I want to meet you again on that vast road. The fact that this song became popular all over the country has a lot to do with the environment at that time. At that time, their working wave was prevalent and a large number of people went out to work. Their homesickness, the young people's desire for love, and the longing for future life complement the mood expressed in this song. In 1986, Guangdong and Guangdong regions, as pioneers of reform and opening up, also had a large number of migrant workers. If this song can be released in Guangdong and Guangdong, the market prospects will be huge. As soon as she heard this sentence, Sister Shu, who came from a business family, keenly smelled the huge business opportunity. Wan Wu still only sang the first half of Ling Hua. I'm sorry Xing Yi, your part sounded too abrupt when sung without accompaniment. After hearing this, Sister Shu could no longer contain her excitement. Applauding continuously. Yes, that's great. Thank you for introducing me to such an outstanding young man. Li Yanli smiled and responded, You're welcome. Sister Shu has always been very caring for my business. Even these pubs in my town were opened under Sister Shu's advice. Compared to the help Sister Shu has given me, what I have done for Sister Shu is nothing to mention. No, you are too modest. I just listened to 2 songs written by Wan Wu. If we can bring these songs to Guanyue for release, I believe they will have great prospects. I never thought that our place is a feng shui treasure land where crouching dragons and hidden tigers are. Sister Shu couldn't help but praise. Wan Wu, who was standing aside, was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Sister Shu, I have a suggestion for you. You say. Sister Shu attaches great importance to Wan Wu. Talent is respected in any era. I sing male voice, but these 2 songs are more suitable for female voices, preferably those with clear and high voices. When Wan Wu said this, the 2 of them immediately had a picture in their minds. Sister Shu clapped her hands excitedly. It seems so. Good suggestion. You are indeed a songwriter. You even know which songs are suitable for male and female voices. I will ask the company to start selecting singers when I return. Can you continue to create songs like this? Then he asked Wan Wu Dao. Wan Wu nodded confidently. Don't worry, I can create songs that singers have been singing for 20 years. I thought, it's already available, just use it. I created this song while I was eating hot pot and singing with my wife. It only takes a snap of the fingers. Sister Shu was so happy that she didn't know what to do. Nodding continuously. Great, great, do you have any other suggestions? Ask Wan Wu Dao. Well, Sister Shu can choose another male singer to form a group with the female singer. The two songs we sang just now only showed a small part of them. The bottom part is suitable for male voices. Wan Wu told the story slowly and leisurely. Wow, professional, this is too professional. Sister Shu couldn't help but praise. Li Yanli even wanted to hug Wan Wu and kiss him a few times, she loved him so much. Wan Wu deliberately acted embarrassed and scratched his head. I'm unprofessional, I don't know anything, I just figured it out randomly. God is really chasing you to feed you. It doesn't matter if you are just imagining things. You are more professional than those who graduated from music colleges. Sister Shu praised. Li Yanli hugged Wan Wu. He said to Sister Shu, since you are so satisfied with Wan Wu, let's follow our previous agreement. He will stay here to create, and you can distribute it in Guangdong and Guangzhou. How do you think? Yes, let's sign the contract today. Wan Wu, don't go anywhere today. Sign the contract. Also, record a demo of the two songs you just sang. I'll take it back to Guangyue. Sister Shu said to Wan Wu Dao excitedly. Wan Wu frowned and looked at his third sister Li Yanli with a heavy heart. There's a lot of trouble going on in his family. Looking at Liu Liangcai's attitude today, I'm afraid he's going to take action against his family. Li Yanli understood what he was thinking. She said to Sister Shu, it's unfortunate that Wan Wu has run into trouble at home. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it today. I want to go back with him to take care of the family affairs. Sister Shu has such a good relationship with the third sister. When they encountered problems, Sister Shu came. How could she not care about them? He quickly asked, what happened? Wan Wu looked at Li Yanli, not knowing whether he should tell Sister Shu. Li Yanli nodded. Wan Wu then sighed deeply, and told Sister Shu everything about his family. After hearing this, Sister Shu became furious. It's simply lawless. How dare they bully us? Third sister, have you arranged this matter? Is there anything I need to do? The third sister smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'll let Sister Wu arrange it, Sister Shu doesn't have to worry. There's no need for Sister Shu to interfere in this matter. She has not contacted her two brothers in the provincial capital. To be a small local mine manager, people from the county are enough. Okay, I'll go with you. I want to see who this little mine manager is and why he's so arrogant. Sister Shu said angrily. This young mine manager delayed her work. If it weren't for his incident, she would be able to take Wan Wu's creative samples and set off back to Guanyue's company tomorrow. Now, she can't wait to return to Guanyue and doesn't want to delay for a moment. Mineshan Mine, mining area. Liu Liangcai was meeting with a few young men furtively behind a pile of coal. When you came here, you didn't pass through our residential area, did you? He asked several people cautiously. Don't worry, we all came here from the wasteland path. One of the young men who looked like the leader answered. Liu Liangcai nodded. I'll tell you something. There's a large courtyard on the west side of our residential area. 6 families live there. It's very conspicuous. You can find it at a glance when you scout the area. Several people listened attentively. That family is the one that lost 5 brothers in the mining accident a few days ago. There is still a little brother alive in their family. He has been making some noise these past 2 days. I'm afraid it might be bad for me. Leave it to us, mine manager. Do you want it alive or dead? A man with a fierce look asked. Liu Liangcai waved his hand. Listen to me. The little brother of his family is not staying at home at night. He has 5 sisters-in-law and 8 children at home. You go there tonight and do whatever you want. Don't kill anyone. Give them a warning. When everyone heard this, they asked, 5 sisters-in-law. I was so happy. They just love doing this and are willing to do it even without being paid. Hey, 5. TSK TSK TSK. Several people looked at each other, with evil smiles on their faces. My heart was wandering, thinking about how to have fun in the evening. No problem, leave it to us. We promise to make them happy, hee hee hee. Chapter 0024, Arrange a good job for us. After Liu Liangcai gave those people instructions, he returned to the office. I wanted to make myself a cup of tea, but when I picked up the kettle, there was no water. Go and get a pot of water. Just as I was leaving the office, a young man passed by and saw the mine manager carrying a thermos, so he ran up to him to curry favor with him. Mine manager, do you need some water? I just happened to be going to the boiler room. I'll get it for you. As he said this, he took the kettle away attentively. Liu Liangcai smiled and patted his shoulder. There is a future ahead. Work hard. Thank you, mine manager. The young man ran all the way. Liu Liangcai was very proud. He returned to his office, sat down, leisurely lit a cigarette, and crossed his legs. Thinking of Wenwu's family, he smiled contemptuously. Humph, this family of ignorant outsiders dared to provoke him. I'm really tired of living. He has been working in the mine for so many years, and everyone who sees him has to bow and nod. Others always try to please him, and no one dares to go against him. Do you really think it's a big deal if a few people die in your family? Shame on you. Since you don't want to accept my toast, then I'll let your family eat as much as they want. Wenwu's sisters-in-law are really something. Wenwu is young and now he has a disease, so they also become confused. Look at the way those sisters-in-law looked when I went to their house today. They rolled up their sleeves and were ready to beat someone up. I'm really afraid of you. Let you have a good time tonight. Bitch. Thinking this in my mind, I felt much better and a smile appeared on my face. The lackey who ran to fetch water for him has also returned. Mine manager, I've got some water for you. Leave it there. Come on, have a cigarette. Hand him a cigarette. The young man was so excited and flattered that he kept thanking her. Thank you, mine manager. Please let me know next time if I need anything. Go get busy. Yes, yes, yes. The young man withdrew happily. Oh, this mine manager is really impressive. What did he tell someone to do? As the young man left, a woman's muffled voice came from the door. When Liu Liangcai heard the voice, he knew who it was without even turning his head. His old lover, the matchmaker Lin Zhenfen from Liuqiao next door. Lin Zhenfen and Liu Liangcai's wife, Lin Sufan, sound like their names differ by only one character, but in fact, these two people are really related. They are from the same village, both girls from Lingu village. It was precisely because of Lin Zhenfen's relationship with Liu Liangcai's wife Lin Sufan that Liu Liangcai came into contact with her. When they first met, Lin Zhenfen called him brother-in-law all the time, which made Liu Liangcai's heart melt. Who can bear this? Take her down quickly. Close the door. Liu Liangcai saw her come in and reminded her with a smile. Lin Zhenfen smiled. He asked knowingly, why are you closing the door? Do you want me to crawl under the table to pick up things for you again? I won't crawl under the table this time. I'll let you lie on the table. Liu Liangcai looked at her with a sly smile on his face. Lin Zhenfen, that bitch, was still shy and her face felt a little hot. You are so bad. This sentence made Liu Liangcai unable to bear it any longer. He stood up and held her in his arms. You haven't closed the door yet. I told you to shut it up, but you didn't. Now you're scared again. Liu Liangcai put one hand around her waist and explored her dishonestly with the other. Lin Zhenfen chuckled and said without showing weakness, I'm afraid. I don't know who is afraid. If my sister knew about it, she would skin you alive. As she spoke, Lin Zhenfen tapped him lightly on the forehead. Liu Liangcai was very unhappy. He was unwilling to let go of her hand, so he hugged her over, closed the door, bolted it, and pushed her towards the desk impatiently. The miners passing by had already gotten used to the noise in the house. They just smiled at each other and passed the incident as if nothing had happened. Wenwu's home. Several sisters-in-law sat in the yard, doing needlework. They didn't talk much, both were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Wenwu just got home in the morning and went to town. He hasn't come back yet. I don't know what the situation is like over there. Sister Xiujuan, do you think our Xiaowu went to ask third sister for help? The second oldest, Elaine Chao, asked the oldest, Xiujuan who Xiujuan asked them to call each other sisters in the future, so they no longer called each other eldest sister-in-law or second sister-in-law. Calling her sister is more intimate. Hu Xiujuan nodded. It should be. I met the third sister yesterday. She is a nice person. She is not a frivolous woman as the rumors say. So, do you think she will help our family? The third brother Liu Chunhong asked. The fourth child, Xu Xiaocui, and the fifth child, Yang Caixia, also looked at Hu Xiujuan with concern. Hu Xiujuan couldn't make up her mind. Although the third sister was a nice person, she had just met Xiao Wu from their family, and Xiao Wu was only working in her tavern. No relatives or friends. Would she offend Liu Liangcai because of their family's affairs? This mining accident is no small matter. If they fall out, someone may die. Moreover, the town police station is also involved. She was feeling unsure and confused at the moment. When the sisters saw Hu Xiujuan hesitated and remained silent, they became even more worried. Sister Xiujuan, please tell me, how confident do you think our Xiaowu can accomplish this? The fourth child, Xu Xiaocui, asked anxiously. Hu Xiujuan forced a smile. Don't want to make them worry. He consoled her, don't worry. You've all seen how Xiao Wu has changed in the past 2 days. He's very capable and should be able to accomplish this. The second child, Elaine Chao, sighed softly. I hope so. The other sisters were also praying silently in their hearts. The fate of their family is in Xiao Wu's hands. Mom, aunt, auntie, we are back. The children are back from school. Zhang Lei, who came from the old family, led his younger brothers and sisters, a bunch of idiots, to follow. Hu Xiujuan and the others, who were in a heavy mood just now, smiled when they saw the children. Are you hungry? Hu Xiujuan asked the children gently. Mom, I'm not hungry. I'll help my brothers and sisters with their homework first. As the oldest child, Zhang Lei is very sensible. Aha! Several children went to the main room, moved out big and small tables, and brought in benches. They sat down around the tables and did their homework in the yard. Seeing how well behaved the children were, Hu Xiujuan and her friends felt a pang of sadness in their hearts. If it weren't for the children, they wouldn't have endured it until now and would have fought with Liu Liangcai's family long ago. It's just a life anyway. As I was thinking about it, I heard the dog in the yard barking woof woof woof. Hu Xiujuan and the others were all worried. Is someone coming? He quickly looked towards the door. The children also looked towards the gate. However, it was strange that no one came in, and the dog in the yard barked a few times and then stopped. Someone passing by. Zhang Lei said casually. The tension on Hu Xiujuan's face did not fade away. It was not a passerby. Her dog was very smart. It would not bark at passers-by. It would only bark when strangers entered the yard. Someone must have wanted to come in just now. Thinking of this, she put down the work in her hands and stood up. I'll go check at the door. Having said that, he walked over. When we reached the door, several dark shadows flashed by and disappeared at the end of the alley. Hu Xiujuan's heart skipped a beat. Who? She didn't dare to follow him rashly and went back to the yard. Lazy, bring our dog and come with me to take a look. He called out to his eldest son at home. Zhang Lei was very obedient. He put down his homework and went over to take the dog. The second sister, Elaine Chao, and the others all started to show concern. What's wrong? Sister Xiujuan. It's okay. I don't know if I was dazzled, but a few people passed by. Then we'll go with you, Xiao Kui, Cai Xia, you two stay at home and look after the children. The third sister, Liu Chunhong, stood up and explained something to Xu Xiaocui and Yang Caixia. Just like that, Hu Xiujuan, the second child Zhao Xiaolan, the third child Liu Chunhong, and Zhang Lei, led their dog and walked out. I looked at the entrance of the alley and there was not much people there. You are just passing by. Go back. Hu Xiujuan said to several people. Several people breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was just a false alarm. Go back. And those dark shadows that flashed by just now were not passers-by. These were the people that Liu Liangzai secretly met behind the coal pile in the mining area. These people came here to check out the place. When he reached the door and wanted to take a look at the situation in the yard, he heard a dog barking in the yard and hurriedly retreated. Then Hu Xiujuan came out to see. These people also took the opportunity to run away. At this time, several people were hiding in a small woods behind the residential area of the mining area, using corn stalks as cover, and were discussing in a low voice. Is it the same family just now? It should be. The mine manager described the situation and only that one meets the requirements. Well, let's start the action tonight. Hey, I think I saw their sister-in-law. She's pretty cool. What's wrong with you, kid? Why do you like the old one? I want their young sister-in-law. You guys are still picking each other up, let's catch them together tonight, then you can play with whichever one you don't want to play with. Yes, all 5 of us play together. TSK TSK TSK. That's awesome. The mine manager is really kind to arrange such a good job for us. Chapter 0025 Don't Let Anything Go Wrong. In Mangshan town, east of the Pia, there is a small village where migrant workers live. It is similar to the urban villages in the city, but in a small town, it cannot be called an urban village. Mangshan town is different from other towns. It relies on the Mangshan mine and the Mangshan canal, and has attracted many migrant workers. There are also many people who have fled famine and choose to make a living here. For example, Wang Wu's family fled here due to famine. Wang Wu and his family arrived at the right time, just as the Mangshan mine was opening, and they started working there. But most of the migrant workers who came later were not so lucky. Either work as a porter at the dock, or be a small trader in a small town. It is not easy for these people to earn money in a foreign land, so they save as much as possible and rent houses in nearby villages. Therefore, the small village east of the Pia became a gathering place for migrant workers. In such places, there are bound to be women dressed coolly, standing in the alleys, asking passers-by about their well-being, and even pulling them into houses to show their concern. The layout of the house is also very warm, with red lights on, making those who are away from home feel at home. This place has undoubtedly become the best harbor for many wanderers who feel lonely and unbearable. As the saying goes, I love you even though I am walking alone in a dark alley. The lone heroes who come to this dark alley are all looking for a close sister to comfort their souls. However, on this day, the few lone heroes who came to the alley were a little different. They are a group of half-grown children whose hair has not even grown out yet. The leader was none other than Liu Lei, the youngest son of Liu Liangzai, the mine manager of Mangshan Mine, who felt itchy all over if he didn't make trouble for 3 days. This grandson stole detonators from the mine warehouse 2 days ago and beat up the old man who was guarding the warehouse. He hasn't been quiet for 2 days and is already causing trouble again, running to their dark alley to act as a lone hero. On their way here, the few of them were full of confidence and boasting. But he was just a little kid after all, and he got scared when he entered the dark alley. Boss, you're not afraid to go in, are you? A kid stopped and hesitated when he saw Liu Lei just arrived at the alley, knowing that he was getting scared. Intentionally provoking. Liu Lei hit the guy who was speaking on the head. Who said I don't dare to go in? If I don't dare to go in, how can I be your boss in the future? He said with gritted teeth. Several people accompanying him gave thumbs up. That's right. Otherwise, how can we recognize you as our leader? Then come in. We'll wait for you at the entrance of the alley and keep watch for you. These guys, either without money or timid, were unwilling to go in and encouraged Liu Lei to go alone. As their boss, Liu Lei wants to establish his authority. If he backs down at this critical moment, what weight will his words carry in the future? He turned his head away, with an righteous look as if the wind is whistling and the Yi River is cold, the hero will never come back once he leaves. But watch out, I'm going in. Come on, boss. If you dare to go in today, we, the younger brothers, will follow you from now on. You have to be the boss. Amid all the flattery, Liu Lei had no choice but to go. Stride into the alley. However, as soon as he entered the alley, a group of policemen arrived. Those younger brothers who claimed they were going to keep watch for Liu Lei, when they saw the police coming, ran away without even calling out to Liu Lei. Soon, Liu Lei appeared at the town police station. I advise you to release me quickly. My father is a good friend of your police station chief. When he comes, you will be in big trouble. In the interrogation room, Liu Lei was just like he had been in the past when he got into trouble. Not only was he not afraid at all, he was even full of pride. This is not anyone else's fault. It's all because of Liu Liangcai and his wife, who spoiled him since he was a child. The police officers in charge of the interrogation were two young men, one asking questions while the other took notes. When the two heard this, they both raised their eyebrows. Is your father good friends with the chief of the town's police station? A policeman asked him. Liu Lei glanced at the policeman. Let out a light snort. You're new here, right? You don't even know this. In Mangshan town, everyone knows that the mine manager and the town police station chief are good friends. The two policemen looked at each other and stifled laughter. Seeing that he was a teenager, he had an idea in his mind and knew how to interrogate him. I don't believe it. Are you bragging? Oh, you still don't believe me. A few days ago, I stole detonators from our mine warehouse and beat up the old man who was watching over the warehouse. People from your office went there that day, including your director, and they released me when they got there. If you don't believe me, go ask your director. Liu Lei thought that by telling the two policemen about his past glory, he could scare them into letting him go. But he never expected that the two policemen sitting in front of him were not from the town police station, but from the county. In the afternoon, more than a dozen police cars arrived from the county, quietly drove into the town police station, and quickly took control of all the people there. At this time, the town police station had been taken over by the County Public Security Bureau, and everyone, including the station director Marlai Jun, were placed under house arrest. The surprise inspection of their dark alley was because it was their territory of the director's Malay army. Just think about it and you will understand. If the institute wants to investigate, how can such a place continue to operate? It is because these places have given them benefits that they turn a blind eye. The Malay soldier who was under house arrest in the office paced back and forth, extremely anxious but completely confused. He didn't know which big shot he had offended, and even their dark alley was copied. To copy such a place without saying anything was equivalent to directly sentencing him to guilt. There was no mercy shown to him and they were determined to put him to death. Now he only places his hope on Liu Liangcai, the mine manager of Mangshan Mine. The only one who can save him is Liu Liangcai, so please make sure nothing unexpected happens from his end. However, he never expected that at this time Liu Liangcai's living father Liu Lei was in the interrogation room of the police station, talking incessantly to the interrogators, revealing many evidences between him and Liu Liangcai. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. In the residential area of Mangshan Mine, a few street urchins hid behind a pile of corn stalks, waiting for dark. This group of people were the ones who accepted Liu Liangcai's mission to sneak into Wan Wu's house late at night and humiliate his 5 sisters-in-law. Check your stuff. The leader looked at the sunset in the west which had already disappeared and said something to his men. One of them was holding a sack filled with the things they would need for tonight's operation. There are machetes and ropes for tying people up, as well as cloth strips to gag those women. In addition, he also brought a bag of broken bones dipped in rat poison to deal with the dog in Wan Wu's yard. Everything is ready. Brother, bring everything. Well, then we'll just have to wait until it gets dark. Brothers, just bear with it for a while longer. It is now the weather in late May. Although the temperature drops at night and it's not as hot, there are more mosquitoes. They were hiding behind corn stalks, where mosquitoes love to go. Now, several people have become living targets, but they have fed the mosquitoes well, and it's like a buffet, so they can eat as much as they want. However, when they thought of the wonderful things that happened in the evening, the suffering they were enduring now was no longer a big deal. Although their faces were covered with mosquito bites, they still had smiles on their faces and were excited and expectant. Let me tell you, their eldest sister-in-law is absolutely a top-notch one. One of them smiled filthy and said something obscene. Don't brag. You only took one look at it and you can tell it's top quality. Someone next to him pouted. Don't disbelieve me. I can tell at a glance. If nothing else, the way the two in front are swaying, I don't know if I can catch them. As he spoke, the man grabbed in the air with both hands. This made everyone around him laugh. These words made them impatient and they kept looking at the sky. Why does it get dark so slowly? One person is anxious. The leader glared at them. Be patient, you won't get the best results if you're impatient. Brother, you look so nervous. This isn't the first time we've done this. That's right. Don't worry. This is exactly what our brothers are good at. I tell you, of all the things we did, the one that impressed me the most was the one with Liu Qiao next door. Oh, that girl was really having fun. Several people waited anxiously until it got dark. After an hour or so, the leader finally spoke. It's almost time. The lights have been off for a while. Let's get moving. Those people couldn't hold back any longer and were almost going crazy from being bitten by mosquitoes. Let's go, guys. We've been feeding mosquitoes all night, just waiting for this good thing. Go, 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 I can't bear it any longer. Who isn't? My pants are about to burst. A few people got up and were about to go over, feeling hungry and thirsty. The leader stopped them. Listen to me. I'm going to emphasize this one last time. The mine manager said that we should only teach them a lesson and not kill anyone. I understand. I feel sorry for these sisters-in-law, so I can't bear to hurt them. Don't worry, big brother. I will only love them and not bully them. He. Don't be so frivolous. Remember this. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for being a ruthless brother. The leader gave another serious reminder. Don't worry, big brother, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. Several people stopped laughing and responded seriously. Okay, grab your stuff and get moving. TSK, sisters-in-law, here I come. Chapter 0026 Then I'll do it for you. Liu Liangcai's home. At this point, most people have fallen asleep. There were not many entertainment activities these days, and there was no TV to watch. I was reluctant to use the lights too much and would lie down in bed before it got dark. Only in their mining area are the living conditions good. In the 1980s, many villages had no electricity and all used kerosene lamps for lighting at night. Liu Liangcai couldn't sleep tonight, so he arranged people to teach Wang Wu's sisters-in-law a lesson. He is just waiting now, the patrol is coming to call him. He had instructed the patrol team of the mining area security department not to go and see if there was any noise in the residential area, and to wait until the noise died down before pretending to go over and take a look. Of course, as the mine manager, he also had to cooperate in the acting and follow the patrol team and pretend to care. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. He didn't think much about his naughty little son who hadn't returned home yet. That boy often stayed out all night, so I thought he was fooling around somewhere like before. I don't care. But he never expected that his living father had already confessed all the evidence of his and the chief of the town police station. I'm staying overnight at the police station at this point. There are only the two of them and their two daughters at home. His daughter-in-law Lin Sufan had fallen asleep and was snoring softly beside him. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, waiting for news from the patrol. Keep your ears open to listen to what's happening in the residential area. But I felt a little worried. Logically speaking, it's time to take action now. Wang Wu has a dog, and when that group of people takes action, the dog will definitely bark twice. But strangely, the residential area was completely silent. What are these grandsons doing? Why haven't you taken action yet? I was muttering to myself. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. Boom 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 boom. Liu Liangcai slept with his clothes on, thinking that the patrol team would come and call him at night so he could get up. I heard a knock on the door, so I quickly got out of bed and put on my shoes. The dog in the yard barked, woof woof woof, and the knocking on the door continued. Here it comes. Here it comes. Liu Liangcai came to the gate and responded. I thought the people knocking on the door were patrol members from the mine security department. How's it going? Is it done? As he asked, he removed the bolt and opened the door. The moment the door opened and he saw who was coming, he was stunned. Standing at the door was Wang Wu. With a pop sound, Wang Wu swung his arm and slapped him unexpectedly. Suddenly, Liu Liangcai saw stars and his face felt burning with pain. However, before he could react, several uniformed policemen suddenly jumped out from behind Wang Wu. He took out his ID and waved it in front of him. You're from the County Public Security Bureau, Liu Liangcai, right? You are suspected of serious violations of law and discipline. Come with us back to the Public Security Bureau for investigation. A policeman explained his purpose, and then two policemen came forward, held Liu Liangcai's arms and handcuffed him. Only then did Liu Liangcai think of resisting. What are you doing? What law have I broken? Why are you arresting me? I am the mine manager of Mangshan Mine. Do you think you are so great as the County Public Security Bureau? You can arrest people without any basis. Liu Liangcai shouted loudly. He shouted so loudly just to wake up his wife and daughter who were sleeping in the house so that they could come and help him. Lin Sufan, the daughter-in-law who was sleeping in the room, was indeed awakened by the noise in the yard. Hearing the barking of dogs in the yard and Liu Liangcai shouting, he hurriedly got up from the bed. In early summer, people wear thin clothes when sleeping, so she slept with her bare chest. I didn't care about so many things at the moment. I found a coat to put on, bare my legs, put on my shoes, and ran out with a click-click. When I came to the yard, I was shocked by the scene in front of me in the light. The man in the house was handcuffed and several policemen were holding him down. Wen Wu stood in front of the man with anger in her eyes. What are you doing? What law has my man broken? Lin Sufan hurried forward and pulled Liu Liangcai, preventing these people from taking Liu Liangcai away. Family members, right? This is an arrest warrant from the County Public Security Bureau. Liu Liangcai, the mine manager of Mangshan Mine, is suspected of serious violations of discipline and law. We have been assigned the task of bringing him back for investigation. A police officer showed Lin Sufan the arrest warrant. Lin Sufan's heart skipped a beat. She originally thought that these policemen were from the town police station. Now that I heard it was from the County Public Security Bureau, my legs went weak. As his bedmate, she knows better than anyone what evil things Liu Liangcai has done over the years. If this is investigated, her husband will have no chance of survival. Officer, is there any misunderstanding? My Lao Liu has always performed his duties conscientiously and has never done anything wrong. Lin Sufan said shamelessly. Wen Wu sneered when he heard this. He fulfilled his duties. You are not afraid of being struck by lightning when you say that. You know better than anyone what he has done over the years. At this moment, Liu Liangcai's two daughters also got up and came out. He has two daughters, the eldest is 19 years old and the second is 17 years old. To be honest, although Liu Liangcai never did anything good in his life, his two daughters are really pretty. These two daughters take after their mother. Lin Sufan is not ugly, she is tall and has fair skin. Her legs were bare at the moment, and under the light from the courtyard, they reflected white. Liu Liangcai's father was the brigade secretary when he was in the production team. Therefore, when Liu Liangcai got married when he was young, he naturally chose a beautiful one. The two daughters look like their mother, tall and with fair skin. In addition, they got up in a hurry, so the two girls just put on their clothes casually, with the buttons unfastened and their hair loose, which made people feel very excited. Mom, Dad, what's going on? The eldest daughter asked. My son, they are bullying me. They insist that your father has made a mistake and want to take him away for investigation. Lin Sufan distorted the facts to her two daughters. How could the two daughters be willing to do that? They stepped forward to help their mother hold their father. Why do you want to take my dad away? Isn't this bullying? The two daughters cried out in tears. You are now obstructing law enforcement. I advise you to get out of the way immediately, otherwise we have the right to take you away with us. The officer warned the family. Just take us away. We have no way to survive anyway. You took my man away and left my wife and daughter at home. How can we survive? Lin Sufan acted like a rogue. Wen Wu snorted coldly. How dare you say that your wives and daughters can't survive? Do you know how many families have lost men and how many children have lost their fathers because of the evil things you have done? Have you ever considered how they can survive? Wen Wu was a little agitated, his tone full of anger. He asked harshly. Wen Wu, this is all your fault. You must have brought these police officers here. Police comrade, he is slandering our family. You must not listen to him. Liu Liangcai's eldest daughter pointed at Wen Wu and said to the policeman. Whether it is slander or not, we will know after investigating at the Public Security Bureau. The leading police officer said coldly. No, you can't take my dad away. Liu Liangcai's second daughter pulled her father's arm and said. I warn you again that you are now obstructing law enforcement. It's just obstruction of law enforcement, what's the problem? You want to take us all away, then take us away. Lin Sufan held her chin high, looking unreasonable. The leading police officer sneered. nodded. Okay, since you strongly request it, then I'll grant your wish and take them all away. Yes. At their command, several policemen stepped forward and restrained Liu Liangcai's wife and daughter who were obstructing law enforcement. They originally came here to arrest Liu Liangcai, but now they have captured all of them at once and taken them all away. When they were really about to be taken away, Lin Sufan and the others, as well as Liu Liangcai, became scared again. Liu Liangcai hurriedly pleaded for his wife and daughter. Comrade police, I will cooperate with your investigation. Don't arrest them. I will go back with you. The police officer glanced at him with disdain. Are you making fun of us? You can go if you want to, and not go if you want to. Take us away. No matter how they shouted, the police ignored them. They were all taken into the police car. This time there were 3 police cars. Lin Sufan and her 2 daughters were taken to a police car at the back, while Liu Liangcai was taken to the police car at the front. At this moment, Liu Liangcai still felt a little relieved. Fortunately, the people he arranged to teach Wenwu's sister-in-law a lesson did not take any action. I guess they learned some news in advance and cancelled their action plan. If they were caught during the operation and Liu Liangcai's guilt was confirmed, even the Lord would not be able to save him. Now he can still struggle, and there is also the Malay military chief of the town police station who can back him up. Thinking this way, I calmed down a little and stopped resisting. Following several policemen, he got into the front police car. However, as soon as he got into the police car, he was stunned. There are still people in the car. It was none other than the ruffians he had arranged to teach Wenwu's wife a lesson. Mine manager, hey, we've been caught. Chapter 0027 What a sin. Liu Liangcai hurriedly blinked and winked at the person who was speaking nervously. Tell him to stop talking nonsense. But the light inside the car was dim, and the man might not have seen clearly or understood what Liu Liangcai meant. Instead, he started complaining to Liu Liangcai. Mine manager, didn't you inform the police station in town? Why are there police guarding their house? We were arrested as soon as we climbed over the wall. Liu Liangcai wanted to strangle him to death. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I prayed in my heart, oh, ancestor, please shut up and stop talking. That person was not stupid, he just thought that these policemen were from the town police station. It was night time, and I didn't see Liu Liangcai wearing handcuffs, so I thought he was going to the town police station to negotiate. Mine manager, how come you don't understand what you arranged for us during the day? Who arranged things for you? Shut up. Liu Liangcai scolded harshly. The man was stunned. I was already feeling aggrieved. My brothers had been feeding mosquitoes for a long time and were just thinking about good things to do in the evening. As a result, because Liu Liangcai did not make good arrangements himself, they failed to accomplish their goal. Now instead of saying a word of comfort, she started scolding him. And from the sound of it, it seems that Liu Liangcai doesn't want to care about them. How could they be willing to do that? Mine manager, this is not fair of you. Our brothers have worked hard for you, and now you are pretending to be ignorant and ignoring us. Liu Liangcai cursed in his heart. This is a fucking pig. Why are you saying these in front of the police? The police in the car couldn't help but chuckle as they listened to the conversation between the two. Liu Liangcai finally understood why these policemen took him to this police car. It was to deliberately make him look ridiculous. Director Liu, please have a good chat with your brother. You don't have much time left. The leading police officer in charge of this operation was also sitting in the car. He said to Liu Liangcai indifferently. Officer, I want to see Chief Mar. Liu Liangcai placed his last hope on the Malay army. Above the Malay army, there is another person who can protect them, and that is the mayor of Manshan town, Hu Wanshan. As long as we meet Director Mar and find Hu Wanshan, there is still a chance for this matter. That's right. Our mine director and your director Mar are good friends. We are all family. Why are you arresting us for this? You should release us after you arrest us. The ruffian in the car said to the police with a raised mouth. Liu Liangcai stretched out his leg and stepped on the man. Just shut up. The man curled his lips, and although he looked confused, he still shut his mouth obediently. The officer chuckled. Don't worry, we will take you to the town police station first. Not only is Chief Mar waiting for you, but there is also someone waiting for you. Liu Liangcai was immediately overjoyed, thinking that the other person waiting for him was the town mayor Hu Wanshan. nodding repeatedly. I sneered in my heart. This one Wu, does he think he can bring me down by finding someone from the County Public Security Bureau? It's really like looking forward to the moon on New Year's Eve wishful thinking. I have eaten more salt than you have eaten noodles, come and fight me. Just wait, I can go back before daybreak. When I get back, I will skin your entire family alive. The town police station, the director's office. The Malay army looked at Liu Liangsai in front of him with despair in his eyes. How did you get caught? Wasn't it me who was arrested? You were arrested too. Why didn't I see you wearing handcuffs? Liu Liangsai showed the handcuffs to the Malay army. The Malay army looked bitter. He winked at the door. Didn't you see when you came in? There are 2 guards with guns guarding me. I'm locked up here. What difference does it make whether I'm handcuffed or not? What is going on? Liu Liangsai said in confusion. Ask me. I wanted to ask you something. By the way, there's another person who's been detained. I think he'll be sent to us soon. The Malay army has learned that Liu Liangsai's son has confessed all their evidence of their crimes. The police officer in charge of the interrogation had never had such a smooth journey in all his years of work. Liu Liangsai's son Liu Lei was like a fountain and didn't need any guidance from them. The boy kept talking, and he told all the bad things about his father and the director as if they were glorious past. Liu Liangsai thought that the Malay army was talking about the town mayor Hu Wanshan. Mayor Hu was also arrested. I'm not sure about that, but it will probably be soon. The Malay soldier sighed softly. Then there's another person that you just mentioned who was imprisoned. Who is that person? Liu Liangsai asked. The Malay army sneered. You'll know when you meet him later. This guy has given away half of our lives. When Liu Liangsai heard this, his face turned pale and he was filled with anger. What? Who is that bastard? Is he our enemy? Otherwise, why would he want to kill us? Dad, why did you come only now? You've kept me locked up until now. As he was speaking, a man came in from the door, shaking his head and looking impatient. Liu Liangsai turned his head to look and almost fainted. Why are you here? The person who came in was his youngest son, Liu Lei. Liu Lei yawned tiredly, stretched leisurely, and pulled out a chair to sit down. I was arrested yesterday afternoon and have been detained until now. You guys are really stupid. How come you only got the news so late? I couldn't sleep well. After saying that, he crossed his legs, folded his arms, closed his eyes and took a nap. Okay, aren't these police officers from the County Public Security Bureau going too far? They started with my son. No wonder they dared to arrest me. It turns out they found a breakthrough. Liu Liangsai said bitterly. The Malay army was in a state of dismay. You're blaming the police? Why don't you ask why your father was arrested? Because of what? Isn't it because of me? Liu Liangsai was a little confused. Just now he was feeling guilty for having implicated his son. The Malay army smiled helplessly. Ask him yourself. Xiao Lei, why were you arrested? Liu Liangsai stepped forward and asked. It's nothing, just a small matter. I went to the alley covered by my Uncle Mar and took a look around. Unexpectedly, I ran into a few patrolling policemen and was brought in. With a bang. As soon as the words fell, Liu Liangsai kicked Liu Lei and the stool down. Oh my, it hurts so much, I'm going to tell my mom when I get home. Liu Lei covered his butt and wailed. You little bastard, you are going to kill me. As Liu Liangsai spoke, he stepped forward and kicked Liu Lei on the shoulder again. Liu Lei, who was half sitting on the ground, was kicked to the ground. Liu Lei was scared now. He had never seen his father so angry. Dad, don't be angry. I told the police that our family and Uncle Mar's family are good friends. We have been taking care of each other for many years. Didn't the police listen to Uncle Mar? When they heard this, they were scared and didn't make things difficult for me. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Liangsai's hands were handcuffed, but his feet were free. He stretched out his leg and kicked Liu Lei several times. This father is determined to block all his ways of survival and will not stop until he kills him. How could I raise a son like you? Liu Liangsai cried out in pain weakly. Spoiling a child is like killing him. At this moment, he truly realized it. Director Mar, at this point, we only have Mayor Hu as our lifeline. After venting his anger on his son, Liu Liangxi calmed down a little and turned to the Malay army. When Liu Lei heard what his father said, he quickly took credit for it. Dad, Uncle Mar, I've thought about this, too. I told the police about the relationship between you and my Uncle Hu. Don't worry, Uncle Hu will definitely keep us safe. What? You told me everything. What a sin!